Hey YouTube, what's going on? Alright, we're gonna be playing playing as Miwa actually, because Kai's too busy with the event, so I figured I'm gonna try using the Miwa deck. And you know what? Let's take a look at this deck here, because I didn't really want to play as Dote, just because it's a meta deck, and you know me, I'm the guy who's always running like the random, not maybe almost anti-meta, almost, but it's like the meta that counters the meta, or I guess that makes it just anti-meta. But anyway, this is the deck that I'll be playing. Let me get a screenshot of this real quick so I can put it on the stream. I call it Blaze. Blaze. Okay, let's just add it as a source. Probably should have done this before. Alright. Put that there. Okay. So we'll be using this. We'll be alternating between this deck and maybe the Shadow Paladin one again. But I don't know. Like, we'll see. You guys let me know in the chat what you guys want to see. But what I wanted to make use of is Blazing Flare Dragon, because I feel like Blazing Flare Dragon doesn't see enough play, and it's an underrated card. This card, seriously, if this was a Soul Blast 3, this would be amazing. I think if it was Soul Blast 3 to retire a rearguard, it would see a lot more play. But I have to build a deck around it, and it's still the heal trigger because Overlord and the N are still the more important vanguards. They're basically, Dote's your win con. He's your boy. He can come back and bring you back from 0 to hero. So we definitely want to use Dragonic Overlord the N for this deck. And Dragonic Overlord, obviously. Now I could be running the other artwork, but I only have 3 of it because I didn't hit Legend 50 that season. And I hate running the mixed artwork. I like having 4 of the same artwork in a deck. It just kind of irks me every time. Like if I put 3 of that one, or 2 of this one, and 2 of that one, it just doesn't look right. It just doesn't look good. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it with the original art. And then 4 Burning Horn, 4 Bellicosity. I'm not doing the streaking thing, although I might try it. Because my deck is very counterblast heavy. I mean, you can see I'm running Kimnara. Kimnara is here just to troll even more. Although, now that I think about it, I could run Heat Nail Salamander, but the reason why we don't run Salamander is because we run Blazing Flare Dragon. Whoops. Blazing Flare Dragon. Blazing Flare Dragon needs the soul, and Kimnara retires something and goes in the soul, and if Blazing Flare is on the field, Blazing Flare will become 13 when Kimnara's effect goes off. Same thing if Berserk Dragon's effect goes off. So that's why we run max Berserk and almost max Kimnara. In fact, I'm tempted to even drop Gojo completely, because this deck is more of an anti-meta deck. It's not really focused on searching Dote or the pieces that much. Is more there to like make sure that the opponent doesn't have a field. And just to kind of screw with them and just really troll them hard with Gatling Claw, because I've been playing this deck earlier today. Why Blazing Flare? Soul and Overlord will be... No, I'm not going to use him to Soul Blast if I have the Cross Ride. That's why we run a Flame Edge Dragon for the random Soul Charge. And because sometimes Flame Edge can randomly Soul Charge Dragonic Overlord, so that can ensure the crossfire will happen. But we run him, and we run Kimnara to destroy something and go in the soul to build up the soul. Hey guys, hey Maelstrom Win, and Keyshawn, Francis, what's going on? But yeah, I was explaining, Kimnara is here to help Blazing Flare Dragon build up soul and retire an opponent's booster. Gatling Claw is also here to blow up the booster and go in the soul. So this is basically anti-MLB, because Gatling Claw will kill off Wingle Brave unless they're paying attention and then they don't attack you, and then it becomes a game of cat and mouse of who's going to deal the first damage, and it's pretty hilarious. This deck, honestly, is way more fun to play than the typical Dote deck. And also, I just wanted to see Blazing Flare Dragon in play again, because everybody's running, like, all I did to make this deck was take out Streakin', take out Dual Axe Arch Dragon, and put in Blazing Flare as a substitute. And then basically that's it. Change the starter and put Kimnara's in to retire boosters. It's pretty legit. I'm considering dropping Gojo altogether and probably put a 4th bar and a 4th Kimnara. Like, I was thinking maybe we do this. What do you guys think? Like, should I do 4 Kimnara and no Gojo at all and put 4 bar? Like, how about this? What do you think of this? Because there were some games where I wish I had another Kimnara or like another way to build an extra soul just to make Blazing Flare live. Because I'm like, trust me, if I'm on cross ride, I am not going to use Blazing Flare's effect to lose the cross ride. The cross ride has won me so many games that I'm not gonna, like, I was in a mirror match earlier today and the opponent's Dote didn't have the cross ride and I had the cross ride, and I ultimately won because of the cross ride. Because it was funny because that guy was using Gojo to filter early a whole bunch, and he was sitting on Streakin' because he didn't want to attack me because of Gatling Claw. Eventually he rode up to grade 3, did it anyway because he had the crit pressure. He dealt me like 3 damage that turn, and then I basically retaliated. I like rode up to Dote, used Gatling Claw, called down I think Berserk Dragon and Bellicasi, and went to town on him, and eventually he ended up losing. But you give up the ability for Conroe to search, but at the same time, you gain the ability to shut down so many like meta starters, like Wingle Brave, Conroe in the mirror matchup. Now, the only thing I feel like, okay, Shadow Paladin is an interesting matchup because Shadow Paladin, they won't have full bow until turn 3. So at that point, the thing, when you play against Shadow Paladin, you don't have to deny them damage the way you do with MLB. So you basically just play the game in a standard format with Gatling Claw until you see full bow come out. And the funny thing is, I've played like 1 or 2 games against Shadows with this deck, and what I've noticed they do is when they bring out full bow, they're more, it's almost like they're pressured to use Phantom Blaster Dragon's Retire 3 to blow up one of my rear guards and gain the critical in 10,000. It's like both players did that, and I've noticed that because when I was not using Gatling Claw, they don't do it. But here, let's just go ahead and like get into some matchups and see. Well, actually, what I'll do, I'm thinking I probably will I'll get, you know what? Let's try this build. Let's try the build with the 4 Kimnara. Let's see how this looks. Yeah. I was also thinking of trying Amber Dragon, because I've seen so many people playing Amber Dragon, but I honestly don't think that they're building the Amber Dragon deck properly. Like, this list that I have here, this is a proper Amber Dragon list. I mean, except for maybe the critical triggers can be changed to draw triggers. But other than that, in terms of the lineup, like, you should only run 2 of Amber Dragon Dusk. My BT deck, I got 2. Well, I mean, I got only really 1. So I got Reindeer. Reindeer is the main one. This is the one that I climbed Legend last month with, mostly. So I finished the Perla Sisters, and then I got, I crafted a second Pacifica, but I ended up not using it, because Pacifica kind of doesn't really do much. I really wish they would buff Pacifica so that it's when it hits a unit, not hits a Vanguard. Because I don't understand why so many other Mega Blasts in the game don't have to hit the Vanguard, but Pacifica has to hit the Vanguard, and all it does is call up to 3 cards. So I don't really see, like, if the opponent checks damage trigger, it kind of like shuts that down. So I don't really know why she has to hit a Vanguard. So that's why I don't really like Pacifica. But yeah, this is the BT deck. It's very good, actually, after Reindeer got buffed. I played it like 2 or 3 times, maybe, so far, just to see the difference, and boy, does it make a difference. In the Blau matchup, this deck destroys Blau. In the Riser matchup, it's kind of a race to see who can, like, luck sack, and that's why we run critical triggers, because you can luck sack against Perfect Riser. What would a budget BT deck look like? You don't have any. You don't have any of the triple R's. I guess you can attack 5x if there are no grade 2. Oh, are you talking about Dote? I think Joel is talking about the Dote deck, or is he talking about the Bermuda deck? Alan's asking, like, what's a budget BT deck look like? I guess I can create one. I was gonna show you my other one. My Riviere deck is not done yet. When I found out that they buffed Riviere, the cadet, I was thinking, man, I gotta play Riviere now just to see how it works. I had like no Riviere. I pulled 2 randomly from some packs like in the middle of last month, and then I crafted the 3rd one. So I'm currently working on crafting the 4th one. Oh. Yeah, I can show you. Here, let's just build one. Well, I'll build a Bermuda one. That's budget. One thing that has intrigued me a little bit, I saw like another YouTuber, I forget his name, but he was running a budget Bermuda deck that he had. I think it was Wendell. I think he was using Shizuka, which I do not agree with. There's no reason to ever run Shizuka. Always run Weddle or Cadet Riviere if you have the ride chain, but most of the time Wendell. But okay, for budget, you don't have any triple R's. Okay, do you have Princess Lena? Do you at least have this? Because if you have this, you can actually make a deck that does stuff. If you don't have this, then I can still make a budget deck without Lena, but it's just not gonna really do a whole lot. But I'll show you, like a budget deck for me. I mean, you gotta have the PGs. Even if it's budget, you still have to have 4 PGs. Okay, so you have Princess Lena. So you can do... let's see. Obviously, I would say 4 of this. The reason why you run 4 of the vanilla 8K is because we're moving into a cross-ride era in terms of the game state. So, like, Dote... Right now there's 2. There's Shadows, and then there's Dote. But later on, we're going to get more. Like, CEO Amaterasu's going to come back with a cross-ride. Eventually, Seal Dragons are going to get a cross-ride. There's just so many different cross-rides that are going to start showing up. So, that's why the 8K vanilla is relevant more than ever. And so is the 10K vanilla. Because the 10K and 8K is 18, which is the right number against a cross-ride. So you got to run those for consistency. And then the one card that I feel like... This card has a lot of potential, but you don't want to max this out unless you run Velvet Voice Reindeer, because Velvet Voice Reindeer can do some insane, crazy things with just one of these on the board, like bouncing this and calling it back down and powering up another call. You know, like if you check 2 triggers on the Reindeer attack, you can like do some insane. You can make some funny numbers with this card, or the grade 2 equivalent. But I would probably say, like, okay, if it's budget, probably 2 Blazer Idol. What does this do? This thing... No, I would say definitely the Luckbird clone at 1 or 2. Maybe 2. And then, okay, if you're budget, you can run Feluca and the Luckbird clone. So actually, let's drop Blazer to 1. Up Feluca to 2, because you'll have more soul charging to get the Luckbird effect off. Don't forget that Weddle will also go in the soul, so you can Soul Blast her for the draw 1 card. And then... I would say this is potentially also okay, but the reason why I do not suggest you run the Dark Cat clone, which is this card, Prism of the Water, the reason why I do not suggest running her in Bermuda is because unlike OTT, Bermuda doesn't have a Silent Tom equivalent. And the reason why OTT, the argument for Dark Cat in OTT is valid because of Silent Tom. Because Silent Tom basically says, I don't care how many PGs you have in your hand, once you get to 5 damage, you better hope you can 6 damage heal because the game's going to end right now. So that's why Dark Cat works in OTT, but it doesn't really work in Bermuda because there's no Silent Tom for the clan. So that's why I don't suggest that card. So that's why you run this instead. And then grade 2, the 4 of those vanillas. Obviously Flute is good too because you can hit an 11k Vanguard. If you're complete budget, so meaning no triple R's, yeah, probably not. Hold up, you can run what's this girl's name? I forgot her name. Melville. You can run Melville because she's basically a grade 2 reindeer. Do you have Girls Rock Rio? Because you can run Girls Rock Rio also for Princess Lena. But I would say, like, try to run, like, 3 Rio if you have them. And then, yeah, 1 Claire, because Claire can do some funny things. She can come in pretty clutch, actually. There will be situations where you call this... what you do is you call this with Sedna behind her, so that forms 16. But then you give Flute 2k to make 13. So Flute alone will be swinging for 13 against, like, a Dote Crossfight or something. Or even an MLB. So that's why Claire can come in clutch. Like, combined with Flute. So Flute at 3 and probably Claire at 1. And then Blazers at 1. So you have that play as well. And then for grade 3, I would say 4 Princess Lina. If you have them, you run them. And then Sareem is super good. She's basically Metal Droid. You gotta run her at 4 because we're in a cross, because she can hit 13 on her own. And then I guess Karine at 4. And then the remaining one will be Flores, and that'll basically be it. And the trigger lineup would be, this would be your heal. And then probably, I'm trying to think here. Because you'll have good draw power. Because you have, well, I take that back. You won't have, your draw power won't be that good. Because you don't have Reindeer. And you don't have the Pearl Sisters. Oh, so you got two Rio, so you could probably do, I'm trying to see if, you can probably do, I would say 4 crit and 5 draw. Because you don't have the sisters, so I would prioritize, in this scenario, I would prioritize the draws slightly over the criticals. Because your draw power is slightly weaker than the typical, like, decked out Bermuda deck, if that makes sense. So, and the reason why, you're probably going to ask, why is this the heal instead of Sareem? The reason why, in this scenario, you'll make Karine the heal is because Karine does not have a Vanguard effect. This, at least, can work as a Vanguard, and it can swing and hit a cross-ride number. So, you never ever want to ride Karine as a Vanguard unless it's the only grade 3 that you can ride at that time. So that's the reason why this is your heal and this is still a draw. But this is your primary ride. Actually, now that I think about it, you probably want to do, yeah, this. You want to make it this way. Make this the crit, actually. Because that way, if you keep drawing into Lina off the Lina, you can, potentially what you do with this deck is you treat Princess Lina as a break ride. If you know what break ride is basically when you ride a grade 3 on top of an existing grade 3. It's kind of like when you cross ride. But when you ride Lina a second time, it'll bounce your entire field back up to your hand. So that'll trigger your Rio and your Karine draw effects. That'll trigger stuff like this and Rio. So you're gonna max Rio and Karine out. They work well with Princess Lina. Basically, the way you want to think about this, Princess Lina is the equivalent of Sakuya in OTT. And the way Sakuya can bounce up Luck Bird and Battle Sister Cocoa, and then you can reuse their effects again. That's the same style of play. And then this would be like CEO Amaterasu. Similar thing. It's a Mega Blaster, and then you still charge and draw a card, and you can put something on the bottom of the deck, creating a stack. So if you have Pacifica, you also run Pacifica. But if you don't have any grade 3s, it would look something like this. So this is what the list would look like. So is pretty basic for vanilla of both the grade 2 and the grade 3. And then that's it. No triple R's required. You got 4 Rio, then you run 4 Rio. In that case, what I would suggest you do for the 4th Rio is you drop this thing and do like that. In fact, you might even drop this all together and just don't even run that and run like a second Claire. And that would probably be more consistent. This will probably be better. This is a better build, actually. You don't want 4 Flute because Flute, sometimes you'll have a hard time setting up a full field. So Flute will only be a 8k, and that's kind of bad. In fact, I really wish they would buff Flute. I'm surprised they didn't make Flute a 9k body. This should have became a 9k, actually. There's no reason for this to be an 8k. The fact that it requires you to have almost a full field for it to get its effect is kind of bad. It's really bad, actually. When so many other things like Burning Horn Dragon are just 12k almost for free in an Overlord deck, it doesn't make any sense. But she's a rare, I mean, she's not a double rare, so that's probably why. But again, in Solus OTT, Battle Sister Glace got buffed. I mean, why not buff Flute? I still think Flute should be a 9k grade 2, because then she could hit 12 against MLB. That'd be better. But yeah, this is a good budget build. I mean, you can play around with it. You could also, like, you know, drop Sedna for another Feluca if you want to, I don't know, like soul charge a little bit more, so you're more. But the thing is, the main thing with this deck is that you really are dependent on the Princess Lina as the Vanguard, and Princess Lina is pretty good as a Vanguard too, because don't forget she can hit the cross-ride number. She'll become 13 during your turn if you have 4 more rearguards. The only thing is you got to have a full field. That's why if you're gonna build Bermuda, do not, like, sometimes I see people with Bermuda and they're running like 9 crit or something, or like I look at the list. Like, I'll just go ahead and save this one, and then we'll look at the recommended list here, or what, like, let's look at the discussion board, because there's people posting decks that I feel like they shouldn't be getting thumbs up for some of these decks that they're posting. Because every time I do my dailies, every day I check, and I look at this, I look at some of these decks, so every now and then I come across, like, the Bermuda stuff, and I look at it, and I'm like, okay, see, this guy's got 6 draw, and then stance, but sometimes I'll see decks where, like, this guy... Okay, here's another... This is interesting to see what some people come up with. Like, see... Okay, this one's interesting. Because they're going for the whole, like... What I was saying earlier, like, Claire and the Blazer Idols. The problem with having like, this many of those cards is... Unless you're able to consistently return them to your hand and recycle their effects... On subsequent turns, they don't really do much. So the return on investment for these cards is not very good. Like, think about it. If you can't bounce the Blazer Idols up and then call it down again later, it'll only be a 6k booster the following turn. Whereas Sedna will always be an 8k booster or attacker. So Sedna can just inherently do more for less. So you get more value out of that card compared to this card. That's why you don't run that many of these type of cards. So I think that whoever made this deck... They really want to emphasize the put 2k on another unit, but I feel like these cards should have been, when placed, one of your units gets 2k, meaning you could actually give the 2k power to the unit itself. I don't know why they make it another unit only, because I feel like there'd be a lot more, these cards would be a lot more flexible and useful if they could put the 2k on their own, on the card itself. I mean, that's why I would start recommending, like, more of them in there. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying people, I see a lot of decks where people are not running draw triggers. Okay, these guys are showing that they've got draw triggers, which is good, because they should always have some... Okay, like this one. Like, this deck has no draw triggers. And, okay, but this is like it's a mill deck. The problem with the mill deck is this deck is a deck that I don't know. First of all, if they really want to go mill, if you want to build a full mill deck, the one thing I would fix with this mill deck is I would make Reindeer a critical trigger, not a stand trigger. I would put crit at a higher number than stand, because crit can just straight up end the game. In the event that the opponent just doesn't have that PG and they're at 4 damage, they're gonna die. I mean, that's it. Like, you don't have to worry about having a booster and having another rearguard ready to restand and do. You don't have to do any of that. Just crit and then it's game. So that's why I would definitely make the crit the higher number. But I don't like these decks, because the decks that don't have draw triggers are just kind of like troll. Like, they're not really. First of all, they're not competitive decks. Second of all, they are not. Like, they're gonna run into situations where they're missing a bunch of pieces and they're not gonna be able to do anything, because they're gonna run out of steam and they're just gonna end up losing. These are basically, this deck right here looks to me like an anti-VP farmer deck. Actually, this deck is designed to kill VP farmers very quickly. So that's what it looks like. It looks like it's meant to run to climb legend, like during the double VP event. That's basically what this deck looks like to me. But it's not meant to fight against, like, meta decks. I mean, it can, and it will give them a run for their money if they don't have PGs with like 4 crits and 5 stands. That's super annoying. But then if they're not checking the triggers, then they're basically gonna lose in the long run. because the opponent, I mean, they've got stuff like this, which is not that good against MLB because you're basically helping MLB draw into his Blaster Darks and Blaster Blades, and it's just, yeah, so it's, yeah, I don't recommend these decks at all. Yeah, I would say if you're playing budget, you want to go for consistent columns, and you'd be surprised. You will win games with consistent columns alone can win you games as long as you can build those proper numbers. Like, remember the numbers: 11, 16, 13, 18, 21, 23. Those are the numbers that you need to be able to hit with your columns. So that's why Sedna is 8. This is 10. That together is 18. That hits a cross ride that damage checked but did not get a trigger. So the next number you need is 23. So that then you put a trigger power on that rearguard column. You know, stuff like that. That's what you want to focus on. And then these cards are in here to help you make a single card hit those numbers. Like for instance, like I said earlier, like Flute can swing 8. If you have like 4 of the rear guards or 4 rear guards, she's 11. Then you put down Claire or Blazer Idol, then she becomes 13. Now she can hit the cross ride. Otherwise, she could hit like a like a standard perfect riser or something, or a Blau or whatever. So, I mean, Bermuda's fine. Like all you got to do is just build the right numbers. Like that's why Serum is a 4 of, because it's so easy. Just swing, counterblast 1. Form 13 and hit something. This with Sedna is 21. I mean, those are just easy numbers. It's just easy mode. So this is a pretty good budget deck actually. But yeah, like I was saying, like Amber Dragon, I every time I play against someone who's playing Amber Dragon, I always wait to see how many like, I always watch their damage. I want to see, like, how many of these do they have, and how many of these do they have. Because if I see that they have more than 2 of this, then I know that they are not building the deck correctly. Because you should never have 4... Okay, this is a Type 1 Ride Chain. This is the same as Shadow Paladin. Have you guys noticed how if you look up any Shadow Paladin deck profile on YouTube, you'll always see them mention 2 Blaster Darks. It's always 2 Blaster Darks. Sometimes they'll say even 1 Blaster Dark, which is just bad, but 2 Blaster Darks. They never say run 4 or 3 Blaster Darks. I wonder why they say that. Amber Dragon is the exact same way. It's the exact same ride chain. All you want to do is mulligan to get Amber Daylight in the opening hand. And once you have that, you're set. Like, as long as you have this, you will instantly get the grade 2. You don't even care if the grade 2 is in your opening hand. It doesn't matter. You prioritize this card. Because, think about it. Like, every time I play against an Amber Dragon player, usually they're running so much, like, vanilla garbage. Because this, like, running 4 of this becomes vanilla garbage after they ride grade 3. So then I realize, oh, man, they don't have, like, anything that can, like, they're only probably running, like, 3 Berserks, and they might not even have Tejas, or maybe only have, like, 1 Tejas in there. Or they don't have Bellicosity. They're missing out on the good stuff, Kagero, like the utility cards. But the proper Amber Dragon deck would have the utility cards, just like all the other good stuff, Kagero, and whatever you want to call it, Dote, all that stuff. They should have access to that too. So clearly, I mean, they can use it. Bellicosity, I mean, they counterblast too, and you gotta use Bellicosity. I mean, you gotta have... I understand you gotta have the 12k, but sometimes you won't be sitting on Amber Dragon. Like, sometimes you gotta use Waterfall, or sometimes you gotta use Blockade. Right? So in that regard, this thing's useless. So that's why you don't run that many of the 12k. The 12k is good, but you don't run, like... I would say maximum of the 12k would be like 3 copies. I wouldn't run 4 of the 12k. Maybe 3. Maybe 3. I could consider dropping Tejas to 1. Or cutting him all together and running 4 Bellicosity and 3 of the 12k. Just so I have more ways to unflip, because Amber Dragon and Berserk Dragon are so key to how this deck works. So, yeah, this is what a more proper Amber Dragon deck looks like. That focuses on retiring with Berserk, with Amber Dragon, and then Tejas also. Tejas is kind of like retiring in a way because it snipes the back row, so it's killing a booster. That's kind of like a retire effect, sort of. Not really, because he's attacking, so you lose that attack, but you know what I mean. So that's Amber Dragon. Let's see. I mean, I haven't played Risers in a long time. I've been slowly adding this card. I almost have the third one, but I don't know what. Yeah, I'm just not even gonna bother with Risers. Honestly, guys, I don't really like Nova Grapplers. The only Nova Grapplers that I like, and I've said this on previous streams, is Beast Deities. And Beast Deities meaning the Beast Deities during the Break Ride format. Ethics Buster and Ethics Buster Extreme and Ethics Buster Reverse. That's my Nova Grappler deck. Like this stuff, Risers, I could care less. I played it last month just because, you know, it's fun like the first couple of days, but then after that it's just not my style. I actually prefer the, I guess, good stuff Novas like Asura Kaiser and Lion Heat and Gold Rutal. I like that deck better because I like decks that have multi-comboed attacks. Like when Aquaforce comes out, Aquaforce is going to be my main when it comes out because I'm a big Aquaforce guy. Shadow Paladin, and you know, stuff that has like, well, okay, Shadow Paladin's a bad example, but like Pale Moon, Aquaforce, Beast Deity Novas, just because I like the aesthetic of Beasties. I like how they can get like 8 attacks in on that Break Ride turn with the reverse Cross Ride. But other than that, Novas is not, I just don't like the style. I don't really like them. I like Beast Deities though, they're cool. They're cool looking, like Egyptian, whatever. That's why I was a little bit sad that I didn't pull Azure. I want to build Azure, Beast Deity Azure, but I don't have him. I mean, I do have him, but he's a Persona Blast, so you kind of need 4, and I only have 1 SP. So, I mean, I would run it. I'd play it if I had it. I mean, just like I have this. I mean, I have MLB, but I hate MLB. I hate MLB. I'm the type of person who, like, when everybody wants to, like, run this way and do this thing, I always, like, go that way and do the other thing. So it's like, if everybody's playing MLB, I'm going to be playing Shadow Paladin. Or if everybody's going to be playing Dote, I'm going to be playing, you know, like, Blazing Flare Dragon or Amber Dragon or something else. So MLB, whatever. I mean, I don't even know if my MLB deck is proper. Like, I just put it together thinking what I thought looked like it would work. Yeah, because I actually, Kai's one of my favorite characters in the anime, but when you play ranked, and like almost every 4 matchups, every 4 games, out of like 4 games, one of them will be a Kagero matchup, and like one of them might be a VP farmer, and then like the other 2 will be MLB. At that point, it's like, it just ruins it for me, man. Like, it's like, I don't feel like playing. I just don't like Kagero when everyone else is playing Kagero. It's just, it's different from in real life Vanguard. I mean, unless you go to like a regional or something, which we don't really have this year, but you know, like at events it's different because there's human interaction, and when you're playing a mobile game like this, and you're playing against Kagero like so many times, do you understand how like that just kind of kills the clan for you, right? Like that's just a complete buzzkill. It's like, I don't really care about Kagero anymore, man. It's like Dote doesn't even seem that cool at all anymore. It's like he just shows up and he like tries to do his thing. If he either does it like once per game, or it just doesn't happen because the opponent didn't draw into him. Really? I've been playing Shadow Paladin, so I'll agree with you there. But I haven't actually encountered many Shadow Paladin players. I encountered a couple of them. Sometimes they're just VP farming though. For me, at least, I've come across like maybe in probably the whole week of playing, I've probably come across maybe like 10 Shadow Paladins, and I don't really know if that's a whole lot, because if you compare the like 10 compared to maybe like 60 or 70 MLBs and maybe like almost the same amount of Dote, but almost all my encounters are Dote and well, recently, today, personally, I've been encountering Dote like a whole lot, like a ton. I've probably faced Dote probably like maybe 20 times today. The premium player, actually, you know what? There's no rank, like there's no matching system in this game in terms of like if you're not legend, you can still match up with a legend player. And same thing, like there's no, it's stupid. It's really dumb. Like you'll know because if you win and you get a whole bunch of points, like if you get like 30 or 40 points, then that means that you were fighting someone who was way higher ranked than you. And if you only get like 10 or 20 points, if you get 10 points, that means that they were like way lower level than you. If you get 20 points, that they're somewhere near you. I think it's like plus or minus 20 ranks or something like that. But most of mine, like right now, I'll show you guys. Currently, I'm legend, I think 28. And almost all my games that I win, I get 20 points. And almost all the ones I lose is also like 20. Sometimes it's 10, but most of the time it's either I lose 20 points or I lose 10 points. And I gain, you almost always gaining 10 points. But yeah, like currently, yeah, I'm legend 28, 0. I just hit it earlier today. The premium player. What do you mean by premium player? Premium as in what? Like top 1000? I was in top 1000 until I think yesterday afternoon or something. I was like, the highest I was this season was like 600 something. And then I just can't devote enough time to play the game all the time. So it's like I was 600 something, then 700 something, then 800 something, then 900 something, and then now I'm like not even in the top anymore. I don't. Honestly, I'll try to get Legend 50, but I don't really care about Perfect Riser. So if I don't really care about the card, if I don't care about the card's artwork, I'm not gonna be that incentivized to climb Legend. Like I'm not one of those people who like is gonna try hard and go for top 1000 every single season. Now I say that even though I got top 1000 last season. Let me see what my position was last season. I know it was okay. So I finished 951 last season for CEO, and that's because I wanted the 4 CEOs because I only had 3 from the packs, and I wanted the new artwork one. So I pushed hard to get Legend 50. I ended up getting Legend 66, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. And I realized I was checking my Legend on the last day of the event. I kept checking my ranking to see where I was, and I was like, oh, I'm in top 1000. So then that incentivized me to continue playing on the last day of the event just to stay in top 1000, so I ended up getting the SP card. But that was about it. And then after that I was like, yeah, I'm probably not going to do this again. Because I don't care about Perfect Riser, although I do kind of, I do like the new artwork of Perfect Riser. I think it's the better looking one compared to the, like the regular one. So oh wait, I don't know if we can actually get him from the crafting. I mean, not crafting, if we can see him in the card overview. But I don't like the original art of Perfect Riser. I mean, it's okay. Let me see. I'm almost gonna have the third one though, because I'm about to hit Legend 30. Only two more. Where is he at? Oh yeah, I did craft. That's right. I crafted one of these. I need to craft 2 more. It's just hard getting those orbs. Because I'm focusing on Bermuda right now, but I like this artwork more. Because honestly, I have the real card of this artwork. It was the reprint one that has the big, like the quote on it, the flavor text on it. So I have this one in real life, like the physical card. I don't have the original one, which is, or the pack one, which is this one. I don't have this physical card, which is the one from the pack. So I was like, well, I kind of want the other art, because this one to me looks cool. It looks like he's like powering up, you know, like he's like Goku going Super Saiyan or something. So yeah, I'll try it. I'll try to get 50, but definitely the second half of the month I will definitely be getting 50 because I want those reindeers. Velvet Voice Reindeer is my favorite Bermuda deck of all time. Like I think the only other one that I care about is like maybe the duo stuff. And in the terms of the stride, I remember they got the harmony, or yeah, harmony keyword, but I didn't really pay too much attention to Bermuda during stride format. I mean, I have Olivia and all the stuff from stride, but I forget like how the clan sub archetypes and stuff diverged in stride format. But yeah, reindeer, and then reindeer gets a new, I think it's like Song of Gracious Reindeer or something like that. I forget what the other one was. There's like 3 or 4 different reindeer cards in the real Vanguard, in Premium Vanguard. But yeah, I kind of want to get 50 just to have this dude. But I'll definitely want the playset of reindeer. And then like the following month, like when we get Gold Paladins, I'll be climbing for the Nightmare Doll Alice, because I need Nightmare Doll Alice. I still don't have 4. So, and I want to play Pale Moon. Lukier is going to be one of my main decks that I climb Legend with for those Nightmare Doll Alice. I don't know if it'll be out at that time, though. It depends on what they do. They're either going to... I hope what they do for next month for Global Vanguard is they do what they did in May, where they gave us 2 sets. I hope they give us, like, the Asia Circuit with the second Asia Circuit that has, like, Pale Moon and Dark Irregulars, you know, the second wave. I hope they give us both of them next month, so that way in August we'll get what Japan has now. Like, we'll get, if they do that, we'll get Maelstrom and Zeal and Ultimate Dayusha in August instead of September. But if we follow the current track, where we get 1 every month, we'll end up getting Aquaforce in September. So, yeah. What was... How has BT been for me? I mean, it's been good. If you know how to play the deck, then you know how to play the deck. I mean, it's... I haven't played it much this month, though. I played probably 3 games testing out the new buffs to Reindeer. But I played a whole bunch of it last month with an incomplete deck, too. So, I mean, you can see I have 114 wins Bermuda Triangle. So I have been playing it, but not so much this month. I played it mostly like last month. Premium means pay to win Shadow. Pay to win Shadow. Budget is free to play Shadow. Oh, you... Well, I'll tell you right now, like, I have been climbing only using Shadow Paladin, except for yesterday and today. Like, today I did not use Shadow Paladin at all. I used Shadow Paladin Monday through Thursday. I climbed the Legend ranks with Shadow Paladin, and I'm currently Legend 28. But I only climbed to Legend 25 with Shadow Paladin. Only with Shadow Paladin. I got 127 wins. So whatever that equates to in terms of win percentage. Because you can see that's a pretty good win percentage, because if you compare that to my OTT, like if you look, this is how you can tell if the win percentage is higher or lower. Like, look at this. So my Shadow Paladin, I have 127 wins, and I'm clan level 14. OTT, I have 126 wins, but I'm clan level 15. Which means my Shadow Paladin has about the same amount of wins. Technically 1 more win, but we'll say about the same amount of wins. And it's a whole level lower than my OTT, which means I have won more games and lost less games overall with Shadow Paladins. So my win to loss ratio with Shadow Paladins is higher than with my OTT deck. So, and my OTT deck is a very good one to compare to, because it's what I used to climb to Legend initially. That was the deck that had like 2 CEOs and 4 Sakuyas and like 1 Silent Tom. You know, it was that random mishmash, what do you call it, free to play budget deck. What did I pull on day 1? Hope that I roll the gacha properly on free to play 20 packs and climb Legend. So that's my OTT rank right there, because I haven't really played much OTT. I played a little bit of Soulless, Scarlet Witch Coco, a little bit. I have the deck profile on the channel to showcase that, but I haven't done a whole lot. I haven't touched OTT. Like, honestly, I did not play Tsukuyomi at all last month, even though I have the deck. I preferred to play Bermuda. So what I did last month was I climbed with 2 decks. I climbed with Risers. I got 77 wins with Perfect Riser, and I got 114 wins with Reindeer. So that's what I used to climb to Legend 66 last month. Oh, and then I think Spike Brothers also. That's true. Spike Brothers was in there too. 60 wins with Spike Brothers. So you got to represent. Spike Brothers are good too. So Spikes, OTT, no, Spikes, Novas, and Bermudas is what I used to climb last month. And if you notice, I have more wins with Reindeer than with Perfect Riser because I prefer to play that style of multi-combo attacks rather than Unga Boonga punch with Perfect Riser the whole time. Well, honestly, last month, if Reindeer was 11k when she released last month, the deck would have probably seen a lot more play, to be honest. Because nobody was saying that Bermuda was bad except people that didn't really know anything about the game. Like, even like True Champion Steve said that, Reindeer was good. He acknowledged that it was a good deck. Riviere was the one that is just not that great. Riviere just doesn't really do a whole lot, but Reindeer is basically pretty good. Reindeer honestly is equivalent to Good Stuff Novas. There's nothing bad about Bermuda. In fact, Bermuda is basically think of a weird mix of, like, if you take Asura Kaiser Nova Grapplers and you give them like OTT draw power, that's basically Bermuda Triangle. So there's nothing wrong with that combination. If you look at it that way, it's good. And the thing is, every time people are saying like, why don't you run stands in your Reindeer deck, and I'm thinking, my reply to them is, why don't you run stand triggers in your Asura deck? In your Asura Kaiser deck, why aren't you running stand triggers? Right, that's the same reasoning. You don't need them. It's better to run. Everybody knows that it's better to run critical triggers, a mix of crits and draws in Asura Kaiser than stands and draws. Because why? It's redundant, right? Like Reindeer's the same way. Reindeer's going to stand a rear guard by bouncing it to the hand and calling something down because it's a mandatory call. And you just don't boost with the booster. The booster will be standing in the back row. You put the trigger power on the booster, and then you bounce your Rio, draw a card, and call down Rio again. And now Rio has a 13k booster behind her because Sedna's behind her. So it's like, you know, you can build columns. It's with that deck, and it's easy. So the only reason why Bermuda is not in the upper tier is because it's the same reason why Asura Kaiser's not in the top tier. It's because it's high roll. It's all about, can you check the trigger or not. If you check triggers that game, you have a good chance of winning. If you don't, you don't have a good chance of winning. Compare that to MLB. MLB basically says, I don't need triggers to beat you. I'll just keep attacking you until you don't have PGs anymore and you'll lose. So that's the difference between a top tier deck and a lower tier deck. Is one of them says, I don't need triggers to beat you. The other one says, I need triggers to win this game. So that's how you can tell the difference. And for those wondering why I have 414 wins with Pale Moon, just don't pay attention to that. That's my anti-VP farm Pale Moon deck that I used to maintain my spot in top 1000 last month, basically by building a 9 crit 4 stand deck. I'll show you the deck. Some people have asked me about that, about Pale Moon. It's all like legit wins. It's just, it has a very, very high loss record too, because here, where's it at? My Pale Moon VP farm. This deck right here. This deck has 414 wins. No joke, legit, 414 wins. No heals, no PGs. All in. It's basically your gambling, all in. Give me those crits. Let me kill that MLB before he can actually do anything. and we use Robert to try to like stack for a crit trigger. Like he basically soul charge, check the top card. If it's a crit, you put it down and then you swing, and you know, basically it turns it into MLB in that regard. So yeah, this deck right here. If you want to net deck this, feel free to do so. if you have Nightmare Doll Alice, put Nightmare Doll Alice in too. In fact, I should probably put the one that I crafted in. This deck is hilarious. This deck is a ticking time bomb. The cool thing about playing this deck is it's so anti VP farmer because it'll crit kill VP farmers so fast, so you can literally kill VP farmers on your turn 3 when you ride up to grade 3. You basically can kill them unless they like damage check triggers every single round or every single turn. And then against other players, like all you do is just play naturally and hope that you can get triggers during your battle phase, and then if you can't, and then you just lose the game and you just move on. The matches take like 5 minutes max, and you just get games in like left and right, and so your wins and your losses will go up really, really fast. And then you get free ranks because eventually like you're just gonna hit a long string of VP farmers. Like playing this deck, I literally went on a 13 win streak of nothing but VP farmers, 13 in a row of all VP farmers. And then I finally lost to like I think it was probably like Good Stuff Kagero or Dark Irregulars or Dimension Please or something. Yes, exactly. Fast win, fast loss. That's what it's all about. That's why I have 414 wins with Pale Moon without even trying. I might actually modify it. I might actually put Nightmare Doll Alice in here. I do have 2 of her. I've crafted 2. I'm currently trying to build up materials to craft more. But I'm not too like worried about it because I know I can get the playset the beginning of next month, like a month from now. But I don't know. I'm still gonna work on building it. I don't really have anything else to farm up materials for except for this and Riviere and I guess Pacifica, I guess, for the cross ride. But I don't really know if the cross ride's really that important in the Pacifica deck. I haven't checked the Japanese. I watched some Japanese YouTube channels to watch to see how they play with the current in the Japanese meta to see what they're doing. So I do keep up with that. Like mainly, I've been watching a lot of like Maelstrom because I want to play Aquaforce a whole lot. And Aquaforce has really cool animations, man. If you guys have seen Aquaforce gameplay, like the way Diamantes or like the Storm Riders, how they attack and they slide back with like this water wave going across this across the column, and then the other rearguard in the back like flows forward to the front row, and then like when Maelstrom does his effect, there's this giant like tornado that spins on the rearguard that retires. Man, that stuff's legit. I can't wait to play Aquaforce. That's gonna be my new main clan when they come out. So basically for me, is gonna be in Limit Break format is gonna be Pale Moon and Aquaforce. Those are the 2 that and Shadow Duke. Shadow Duke. I'll be playing Shadow Duke mainly because I don't know. I might try the traditional Gold Paladin Shadow Spectral Duke Dragon. I heard they buffed it though. I haven't looked at it. I have to see gameplay of the Pacifica deck. I have seen gameplay of the Coral deck in Japanese, and the Coral deck does look pretty good. It's not bad. Yeah. Man, Aquaforce looks really, really good. Hey, Asterix. By the way, I've watched some of your content. I've seen some of your content. It's pretty good. But yeah, like, I don't know, I always liked, I liked the villains from season, okay, I did not like Ren as a villain in season 1. He just seemed like, just this creepy, weird, like, punk rocker kid who thought who was just full of himself. But I liked him when he became a good guy, like in season 2, where he was all chill, laid back. I remember that filler episode where they went to like the beach and he like dueled Misaki, or I say duel. He card fought Misaki like it's Yu-Gi-Oh. He card fought Misaki at the beach, and he was using I forget what he was using actually. I know Misaki was using the Pale Moon deck. She asked Asuka, "Can I use the deck?" Or maybe Ren made her use it. I forget that episode. But I like. Bottom line is, I like Ren when he was not a villain. I really like Ren in season 3. In Link Joker season, Ren was like my favorite character in that season. That season just felt so much like Majin Buu Dragon Ball Z Saga, cause like Kai was like Majin Vegeta when he became reversed, and then Ren was like Goku, who had like Psyqualia protecting him, and he was holding back, or he wasn't really holding back, but you know what I'm saying. Like Ren versus Kai in the Link Joker season, like Drag Ruler versus the Rebirth was like the climax of the golden age of Vanguard in my mind. That's what I remember. That's my favorite card fight in the entire anime. Ren vs Kai reverse, the rematch, the run back for Kai. It was so good, man. I don't know why all of a sudden we got like, sidetracked on talking about the anime, but yeah. I didn't like Ren as a villain. That's what I was trying to say. And Leon was also a really lousy villain. But I like their clans. That's what I'm trying to conclude with this. So it's like, I like Shadow Paladin, and I like Aqua Force. I always have. Like, I have all of their decks. All the deck profiles are somewhere on the channel from like years ago. I even have the original deck with Skull Witch Nevin, and the Cross Ride, and Maka, and Sharon. All that stuff is there. I still even have the physical cards somewhere in storage. But yeah. But I don't know, like, what I would say is don't really buy in to the tier list stuff too much. Honestly, if you know how to play the game, and you know how to, like, when to attack, when to hold back, when to go all in, like, when to push for game, when to kill a rear guard, when you could actually deal a damage. I mean, those are the sort of things that can make you win the games. So in that regard, like, you can win with any deck. And the trigger system helps reinforce the fact that you can win with any deck at the end of the day. It's not like MLB's unbeatable, or like just because a deck is tier 0 and everything else is trash doesn't mean that it's invincible. It's not. This game's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or other card games where like there's a complete broken deck, or there's only like 2 decks that are valid and then everything else is trash. That's why I like Vanguard. That's why I play Vanguard, is because potentially every deck is viable. There's no such thing as like, you can't say like a bottom tier deck is always gonna lose against a top tier deck. It's just not gonna happen. There's gonna be games where the MLB player is never gonna check triggers when he needs them, and the Bermuda player might check triggers always when they need them every turn for the whole game. And on top of that, they might even 6 damage heal. You know, like stuff like that will happen. So yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about about Vanguard. Like, the villains become some of the coolest characters in the series, but when they're villains, they're kind of lousy. Like, I guess the best, I think Ibuki in the remake, in the V series, it was a pretty cool villain. Overall, I would say he was definitely better than Ren and Leon, because he was like this guy causing all this mischief and messing things up with his deleters. And Vanguard has a really strange, like, the anime has a very, weird, like, it has this strange, like, metaphysics side to it, you know what I mean? Like this, like, the spiritualist sort of stuff. Like, for instance, when Ibuki deleted, Takuto, and his soul got messed up. Remember, you know what I'm saying? Like, in the V series, I was thinking, this is like a children's TV show. There's some pretty dark stuff in this. Like, Ibuki's good. He's one of the few. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like it. I like Ibuki as the villain because there's some cool scenes. Like, there's some cool like scenarios where he goes to the card shop, and then remember Ren and Kai need to go somewhere. I forget where they had to go. Like, maybe it was to Takuto or somewhere. And then Ibuki showed up, and he, like he was there to stop them. And then Ren was like displeased. He was like kind of like, man, who's this jerk? And then like he was ready to card fight him basically. And so you would have seen like an episode of Ren versus Ibuki, but it ended up where Kai was like, no. You guys go on ahead. I'll handle this guy. I know this guy. You guys don't know him. he has some beef with me, I'll handle this. So then they left, and then Kai ultimately ended up losing to Ibuki or something like that. You know, there was some cool episodes like that. Some cool, like, where the plot advances in an interesting way, where it keeps your attention. It's not just filler. Yeah. Yeah. Ibuki was really good as the villain in V-Series. In fact, when I think of the Shinemon arc, that arc was pretty good, but I still think the V-Series reboot one was better. I mean, it was nice seeing the backstory, but I still, like... I mean, the villain kind of, like, moved around. I mean, it was sort of... At the end, it ended up being related to Chrono's dad disappearing, but... yeah, I don't know. Like, who are your... I don't know, maybe I saw a video that you did, but I forget if you made a video of, like, who are your top 5 or top 10. Maybe you didn't do, maybe it was someone else. But there was a video where it was, like, people were talking about, like, their top 5 or top 10 favorite characters in Vanguard or something. I know there's people who have done, like, the waifu S tier, A tier. There's that one, but then there's, like, top favorite characters from this anime. Like, for me, I would say that's actually pretty tough now I think about it. Kai and Misaki are two that I like. But yeah, I think, yeah, you were the one that did it. I think from G, I think Tokoha was probably my favorite character. Her character seemed like a real character. Like, if you think of Chrono, Shion, and Tokoha, and if you try to imagine them in real life, like as real people, Chrono is basically like, he's a kid from like a broken family, sort of. So that's his backstory. And you think about how those people are, and you think of like, okay, how would Chrono be in the real world? I mean, how relatable is this person, right? Like, and then you have Shion, which is the complete opposite. He's the son of a millionaire. You know, he's got it made since the day he was born. You know, like, he's not really that relatable. So Shion is definitely one of my least favorite characters. I don't hate him, but he's definitely not one of my favorite characters. I just can't relate to the guy, and he's just not. Yeah, he's definitely not one of my favorite. Tokoha is one that, like, you could see her as someone who you can come across in real life. Like, her characterization is very straightforward. Like, she's got 2 parents that still live in the same household. She has an older brother who she lives in the shadow of. You know, that's a common thing with sibling rivalry and all this kind of stuff. So her character also, like, with the whole going to France thing, I mean, that's a very Japanese trope, because Japanese people always kind of think of, oh, what's it like? You know, it's the whole concept of the grass is always greener on the other side. So they think of, like, oh, the Japanese girls in particular, I know because I was there for a while. I even covered a little bit on my channel, but I didn't do too much in terms of the vlogging world because I had a lot of stuff to do when I was over there. But Japanese women, I'll say women, not girls, but women kind of idealize France because it's the whole, you know, it's the language of romance and that kind of thing. So the Japanese kind of think of France as this very they see it with tinted glasses, rose tinted glasses, and then when they get there, you know, like, it either lives up to the expectation or doesn't live up to the expectation. So that's why there was the whole Paris arc. But yeah, the Paris syndrome. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, I think Tokoha is one of my top 5 favorite characters. And then Kai is also in there. Ren, but not as a villain, but I guess Ren, sort of. And then Asuka. And then, okay, that's what, 4 already? Misaki, Tokoha, Ren, Kai. And then the 5th one is going to be tough. I don't know who my top 5, like, in terms of top 5? I don't really know, actually. It's going to be tough. I can tell you right now, it's not Goki. Maybe Miwa. Miwa may not be in top 5 for me, but he's definitely in top 10. because he's basically like a true. He's what you call a true best friend. Like, you know how when Kai was always chasing after Ren and stuff, and then Miwa would always be kind of like left behind. But in the end, Miwa was the one that was always there for him. Ren and those guys were like his best pals or whatever, who he used to be friends with from long ago. But they're not his true friends. They're not people who he's gonna like tell all his personal problems to when he needs help. Miwa is that guy. So that's why Miwa is definitely gonna be in top 10. But I don't know about top 5, just because Miwa doesn't have enough, I guess, enough screen time. There's you don't know a whole lot about Miwa to connect with the character, but Miwa's a good character. Miwa's definitely an underrated character. Definitely underrated character. Emmy, in terms of the anime, I mean, not the new one, but like the original one, not really. I mean, you know, she's like a little kid. There's not a whole lot of character development with her. Aichi, I just don't like Aichi, honestly. I don't know. He's not in my top 10. I would probably place him higher than Shion and Chrono, though. Maybe he is in top 10. I don't know. I feel like Aichi, the character for the target audience, Aichi is definitely a lot more relatable than Chrono and Shion. Chrono and Shion are just... Shion especially is just kind of like way off in left field. I don't know. I mean, I just don't like him. Chrono is harder to identify with for the demographic who plays this game. I feel like little kids, when they made the G Series anime, I think they were trying to target like a younger audience, a slightly younger audience, or they felt like they wanted to reconnect the game to a younger audience. So, because the Vanguard anime is basically an extended commercial for the card game, but they made Chrono, Shion, and Tokuha to basically trying to target toward a younger audience. And I feel like Chrono is a character who, like, kids would see as a cool main character. But Aichi is definitely more of a relatable character, if that makes sense, in terms of people who because you see how he grows through the series. Chrono, it's hard to connect with Chrono as a character, or relate to Chrono as a character, because he just wins all the time, for the most part. I think, doesn't he... How often does he actually even lose in the anime? I know he loses to Ibuki one time. The first time he fights Ibuki, he loses. But other than that, I can't remember... Oh, he loses to Onimaru. When Onimaru shows up in his debut episode. But I think other than those 2 times, I don't think Chrono ever loses. Oh, maybe he loses to Kanzaki? He might have lost to Kanzaki, yeah, before the tournament. Maybe he lost like a total of 3 times in the entire series where he was the main character. So, I just don't like when the main character just goes on like a 25 win streak, right? Like, it's just not... It's just not realistic. It's not realistic at all. Aichi's definitely a more realistic character than Chrono. So I think, yeah, I think that the original Vanguard is still the best in terms of the anime. G had its high points, but I didn't like it as much as, like, in my mind, Link Joker arc is still, season 3 of old school Vanguard, OG Vanguard, is still the best season. Yeah, he did not lose much at all, actually. Like, yeah, he maybe lost a total of like 5 times. Maybe there's 1 or 2 games that I'm forgetting. Oh, I think he lost to Tokuha's friend. I forgot her name. Yumi? He lost to her like 1 time. I remember. But it didn't really mean much. It was just like kind of like a joke thing. But I think he may have lost like 5 times max. But compared to Aichi lost like a ton. And then, like, none of that compares to Kai's abysmal win record in Season 4 when he was using Thing Saber Dragon, where he pretty much lost every single game except for, like, the one where Ren threw the game because inside he wanted to help Kai find Aichi. So he like, looked at his hand. He could have actually guarded Thing Saber, but he just, like, let it go. And then yeah, he lost to Corrin and I forget the guy who used the bluish flames. I forget his name. Oliver. He lost to him. Like every time he used Royal Paladin, he lost to him. It was just sad. God, man, Kai was making Royal Paladins look real bad in Season 4. So bad that he had to switch to Kagero. Yeah. Yeah, everybody lost, man. And then they would do like the thing where it's like formation, like the bluish flame, they get like 3rd-degree burns and stuff. They try to turn into some kind of weird Dragon Ball Z sort of thing, or Bleach or something, where they're all like beat up. Like I remember when they left the tower where they fought Ren on the rooftop, and then like Misaki and Kamui were all like beat up with all these bruises. Like what is this? This is a different anime, guys. Like, everybody's beat up and like had burns and scrapes all over their body, and their clothes look all beat up. What happened? Because Misaki lost to the Indian girl that used the witches, shadow witches. I forget her name. Oh man, I really can't remember her name. And then who did someone Kamui lost to the other guy, the guy who used Sinbuster, the Dimension Police stuff, Legion. I know, right? It felt like some kind of weird, like everybody getting burned, like beat up with like some weird energy from somewhere. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Vanguard has this really strange metaphysics, like this weird kind of like a mix of like a fantasy magic thing, like the whole concept of void, and the reverse and what that means, and the planet Cray, and like. You know, like summoning. You know what? Honestly, before G series came out, this is what I thought they were gonna do with the anime. Because keep in mind, I don't pay attention to the manga or any of that stuff, so I had no idea. But before anything with Chrono and those guys were ever announced, what I thought they were gonna do after Season 4, after Legion, I thought what they were going to do was they were going to do a time skip, kind of like what they did, but rather than introduce an entire new cast of characters, I thought they might introduce like a new protagonist, but they would keep Kamui and Emi and Nagisa and like use those three as part of the main cast. And they ended up using them because Nagisa grew up, and then, you know, like she was still around. And then Emi was still around, but she barely even did anything. Like, she showed up less than Nagisa and Kamui. And Kamui obviously was still there, but he was doing stuff, and he was in a lot of episodes. So I like how they reused Kamui in G, but I didn't like how they completely made a whole new cast. I thought they were just gonna make Emi and Kamui and Nagisa and add like a 4th character, kind of like how they added Naoki randomly. And then use that, leverage that, and they would keep Aichi and those guys would still be around like they were, but I was surprised what they did. Yeah, I thought that's what they were gonna do, and then of course we got G instead. So, but yeah, I thought we were gonna get like the continuation with the original cast. Or honestly, like when they started reintroducing the original cast, like, you know how there was an episode where you see Ren like walk behind. They're at some festival. There's like a card tournament or something. There's a festival and they're outside with all the pavilion stuff. And then like Ren walk. There's a scene where like Ren cameos in the episode. He like randomly walks behind them and he like looks over at them and you see him for a brief moment. When they started doing that, and they started bringing back the old characters, I thought, oh man, there's going to be some Gundam Seed Destiny stuff happening here. I don't know if you guys ever watched Gundam Seed Destiny, but basically, Gundam Seed had an original cast of characters, and then Gundam Seed Destiny introduced a new cast of characters, and then, but basically what happened in Gundam Seed Destiny was they basically like axed the new cast of characters. I mean, they kept them around, but they like made the OG cast come in and like steal the show because that cast was very popular, and they basically like stole the whole show right from under like the new cast. And I was thinking, oh man, they might do that. Like, they might make Aichi, Kai, and Ren, all these old school characters, all the OG people are going to replace the G cast within the G anime, but they never did that. I mean, they were in a couple of cameo episodes, but they didn't really do a whole lot. They just basically were invited to like a conference table with Ibuki and Mamoru, and they would like sit around the table and just like provide their commentary on something, you know, kind of like basically Aichi and Kai became like Cardfight Vanguard YouTube channels personalities. Like, Aichi, provide some commentary on this card, and he'll just like, it's good, but I think the retire cost might be a little bit unbalanced, because, you know, like, that's basically what they did with those guys. They didn't really do anything after that. They just kind of like sit at a conference table with Ibuki and show up for like 5 minutes to a meeting, probably get paid some compensation for showing up, and then going back to whatever you guys do. That's basically what it boiled down to. That's what became of Aichi and Kai. Yeah, Ren was in the back. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's why I remembered, because of the comments. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I feel like one character that stood out to me in G series, since we're on the topic of the G series anime, was Inishi. Inishi was a really cool character. He was like a dude from like a Sailor Moon type anime thrown into the Vanguard series, because you know how I don't know, they handled his character really well, but then like later on in the season where there was a time skip, like this, what was it? I forget what it was. There was Stride, there was it something G, and then there was Gears Crisis, and then there was another one. Basically the one where Chrono became a high school student. The way they handled Inishi in that one, where he was on the team with Jaime and Tokoha, they kind of like I don't know what they did with his character, because he was a pretty cool villain. I like Inishi a lot. Inishi was really, really cool. G next. Inishi was one of my favorite characters in G. He was a better villain, because he was that type of villain where from the first few episodes where you see him, you already know that they're gonna do a lot with this character in the anime. Like, they're gonna go places with this character. He's not just there for like 2 episodes, or he's not gonna be in 1 episode and then he's gonna be killed off literally and never show up again, because we know how that worked. But Inishi was a really good character, and he was in some of the episodes where he was in a card fight. Like, his card fights were almost as clutch as like episodes from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Like, in terms of like, does he have the trap card or not? It's like those. He was in situations like, I forget what was the enemy's deck. I don't know if it was Link Joker or if it was Tachikaze or something. I forgot who he was fighting, but there was one episode where like he had an amazing comeback. I think it was against one of Onimaru's guys. I think it was the guy who... No, it wasn't the Kagero guy. I forget who it was. That little kid who used... I forget the name of Onimaru's gang. I forgot the names of those two. The girl who used Genesis and the kid who used Kagero. The weird Gundam-looking dragon thing. And he had that Sentinel. That Perfect Guard was like his main avatar. Yeah, Jaime Flowers. Yeah, he was cool. One of the coolest card fights in that era, or in G series, was his fight against Tokoha at the end of Gears Crisis. I think it was Gears Crisis, the one where he fights Tokoha, and like the way they like establish that setting where they do like the establishment shot where it's like he's standing on some platform up like somewhere up here, and then like she's standing on some other platform, and there's like rose garden flowers, and it's like they're on these platforms in like some kind of weird altered reality space. You know what I'm saying? Like the way they did that establishment shot, and then like the car fight where they're like battling in a city like Majin Buu and Goku Super Saiyan 3. It's crazy. Like, I will say this though. I don't like G series as much as the OG Vanguard series. I do think that the card fight action sequences in G series are so much better than OG Vanguard. In fact, they're even better than like V series Vanguard. Significantly better. If you don't believe me, think back to the fight where Chrono fights Leon. In that episode where he fights Leon, Aquaforce versus Gear Chronicle. That fight was so over the top. Another really good example was Onimaru versus Chrono in the first episode of where he debuts basically, and Chrono loses. The music in that one is amazing. That OST soundtrack when Chrono fights Onimaru, the part where Chrono like strides into Metallica Phoenix. No, not Metallica Phoenix. The Pegasus. I forget what the name of it is. It's a Zodiac Time Beast, but it's something. It's a Pegasus thing. And the music is just insanely good, and the sequences with the Zodiac Time Beast where he uses the 10k vanilla to go back in the deck, and like the snake head like burrows in the ground, and like this thing, like 2 units like jump up, and like one's like this weird like Sphinx Egyptian thing, looks like a Beast Deity unit. And then like the Aquaforce one was insanely good. Like I'll never forget where like Chrono strides into Metallica Phoenix. He does the effect to send one of Leon's interceptors back to the bottom of the deck. He uses Chrono Dran, time leaps him out, gets GG out, Soul Blast 2, draw one off, GG. Chrono Dran's effect goes into the Soul Superior, calls Chrono Jet out as a rear guard, and he like the way those combos look so pro, and then like the action though, like the units fighting like Metallica Phoenix turning this giant flaming Phoenix and like slams down, and then Chrono Jet getting punched by the Aquaforce units and the green like plasma lasers and stuff. Yeah, G had some really, man, the actual card fights were really, really good in G. Like throughout the entire series. Really, really good. Some of the best. It's cool because like, but the thing is, most of it was all mostly visual effects and cool looking action sequences, but it was just, to me, it was just lacking in terms of the character. Like the characters weren't as good as the original series. The original series had better story development and characters overall, but the G series had like better action. So if you didn't really care about the characters, you just wanted to see like some cool stuff happening, I mean, I guess G series would be the one for you. But oh yeah, that's right. G had some interesting moments though. Like remember when G guarding was first revealed, like when Tokuha did that against Misaki? That was pretty epic. That dragon thing, that green, I forget its name. It was like the first G guard ever revealed. Yeah. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking, like, how are they going to handle, if they ever introduce Stride in Zero, it's going to be interesting to see how they pull it off. New anime that has... Yeah. That'd be cool, because I think what ended up happening, I forget the timeline, like, in terms of where G relates to the release of the remember there was a Vanguard movie where Ibuki was the villain. Basically, Deleters were the bad guy in the movie. But I think the movie had really good action sequences too, like with Alfred, Monarch Alfred, or no, it was Alfred, the Legion Alfred. It was like right around season 4's ending or something, and like Aichi used Blaster Blade and Alfred. No, it wasn't Liberator, that's Gold Paladin. But basically, like, the Legions, the Seekers, that's right. Seeker Alfred and Blaster Blade. And, oh, hey, Samir. I'm doing good. We're just talking about, the Vanguard anime right now. But the movie had really good sequences, too. And I feel like the G series benefited from that, because I think like the animators got really used to doing that for the movie, that they were able to apply that to the entire G series. And I don't know what happened, because you know, like when they do a whole new series, budget allocations change, like contracts get renewed or whatever. You know, there's a lot of stuff that happens for the new series, and the new series is being developed in parallel with the old one being completed. So I think that whatever they had for the animation quality for the fights in G series didn't exactly carry over, unfortunately, into the V series, the reboot series. Yeah, because the movie had Legion units were in the movie, a lot of them. Like Ren stuff was there for like a split second. You saw it get deleted within like the first scene with Ibuki. Ren stuff is getting deleted. So Shadow Paladin, I was like, oh no, that means Shadow Paladin's not gonna be in this movie. They're basically, they're like 15 seconds of fame went up real quick, and then it basically ended up being Kagero and Seeker Royals versus the Deleters. Yeah, the Neon Messiah movie. Yeah. What we were talking about before you joined was how the fight sequences in the G anime were a lot cooler and more interesting and dynamic in terms of the action sequences between the cards that were fighting each other, compared to the OG Vanguard or the reboot series. Because some notable examples that I pointed out was like the one where Chrono fights Leon, Tokuha versus Inishi. I mean, there's a whole bunch. I mean, they're all really good. Like Chrono versus Ibuki multiple times. Even the ones that didn't have a whole lot of action, which were very static, were basically Kai versus Shion. But those had like you could feel the atmosphere in those card fight though, where Kai was just basically stomping down Shion. Like when Shion and Kai were at the dry cleaners, it's basically where Shion gets the Kai jacket. Like, you know, like he basically faces off against Kai while Kai's waiting for his clothes to be washed or whatever, and then they're card fighting, and then like he's just stomping him with like all of his different overlords, regular overlord, the N, the Great, the Cross, like the Legend, like the Destiny. Well, I don't know about the Destiny, but like all of them basically. And then later on, when he fights Shion has prepared. He's reached another level, and he thinks he's become better. But then just when he thinks he knows how to beat Kai shows up with like Narukami, and he's like, he doesn't know what to do, right? Like, he continues to fight him. He ends up losing again, but and Kai does some really cool stuff. Like, he forgoes stride to Legion instead, and then he strides on the final turn. Yeah, and then of course the final matchup where he goes back to using Kagero and uses the Legend. And oh man, what was the name of the stride? Dragonic Overlord, it's the stride. It's the one that restand. Discard, what is it? Discard 2 Overlords and restand, and it loses Twin Drive and gains 5k power. Dragonic Overlord, it's not the Destiny. Dragonic Overlord, it's the one that goes with the Legend. It was in the Kai Legend deck as a common. It got reprinted. Dragonic Overlord, there's Overlord, there's the Great, the Legend, the Cross, the Rebirth, if we're talking Link Joker, but there's another, the Stride one, the Grade 4 Overlord. I can't remember the name. Dragonic Overlord, was it the Purge? No, it was the Grade 4. Man, I think I gotta look it up now. Dragonic, I know it's not the Destiny. Dragonic Overlord, the Ace. That's it, the Ace. Thank you. It's Dragonic Overlord, the Ace. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. It was the first stride. Yeah. Draconic Overload the Ace. He uses the Legend and the Ace, and then that's when he finally loses. Yeah. But G-Series was good. G-Series was good because the fights were good. The characters were not as good though. I didn't really like the characters that much. Like if I look at my top, if I think of my top 5, most of them come from OG Vanguard. Tokuha's probably the only one that makes it into top 10. Now that I think about it, I don't even know if she'd be top 5. But she's the only one out of the G-Cast that I would consider in top 10. I don't like Shion. I don't really like Chrono that much. I mean, I see how Shion grows as a character, but I just don't like the character. It's too cliche from an anime standpoint. Like the rich kid, you know, like I don't know. Shion is no Kaiba. He's no Seto Kaiba. So that's why. Like Seto Kaiba is a good character. Shion, no, not so much. Alright, let me see. I want to see how much crafting materials I have actually. You know what I noticed? I don't know if you guys... I may have said this on a previous stream, but I noticed, have you guys noticed that the crafting material uses the keywords? Remember how in G-Series they introduced keywords? Like Brave was the keyword for Royal Paladin. And I think the effect was when you have 3 or less cards in hand. Maybe it was 2 or less cards in hand. It was either 3 or 2 or less cards in hand. Brave activates. And basically it would make your cards power up usually. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, Brave for Royals. Oracle Think Tank would get Oracle, because that was their keyword. And then Shadow Paladin would be Ritual. So we get Ritual as their keyword. There is one exception, though, that I found, where they didn't actually keep up with that. Yeah. Blaze was the Kagero keyword. Nova Grappler. Can you guys guess what Nova Grappler is? I think I have all the memorized. Like, Nova Grapplers is Rush. Rush, see? It's like a trivia. Like, can you guess Dimension, please? I already know what it is. I know all of them except... There's a trick question here, though. Like, we'll keep going through this whole list. This is actually pretty interesting. So, Dimension, please? You guys know Dimension, please? Yeah, Rush. Nova Grappler's Rush. Burst. Yep, it's Burst. Yeah. Burst. Then Dark Irregulars. I know. We'll just go through them. You don't have to guess. Dark Irregulars is Darkness. So see Darkness. And then Spike Brothers is Charge. Charge. The keywords. That's cool, actually. When I found that out. Pale Moon, Magia. Magia. Grand Blue, Hollow. Hollow. And then here's the trick question. Can you guys guess the Bermuda one? This is the trick question. This one is actually, this one's pretty good. I'll reveal it after I see the first response in the chat. So Darkness, yeah, that's Dark Irregulars. I know there's a delay in the stream. There's some latency. Harmony. So okay, we got one for Harmony, one for Fish, and then another one for Harmony. Okay, technically, yeah, you're right. It's a trick, but you're right. Technically, it should be Harmony, but it's not. It's actually Diva, which doesn't make any sense. I know. I don't know why. My assumption is because Bermuda had more than one keyword, because they currently got Melody. They got Melody in V-Series for some of their cards. But Harmony was the keyword from the G-Series, so it should... Exactly. I know, alright? like, it's like if there's some trivia questions and, like, the Bermuda one comes up and everybody gets it wrong because it's like A, Harmony, B, Melody, C, Diva, 4, or D, some random thing, like Fish. It's like, what's the answer? Everybody will put A, like, most people answer A, it's Harmony. Some people might say it's Melody because it's V-Series, but, you know... Like, by process of elimination, most people will say Harmony, but that's actually wrong, like, because it's 0, right? It doesn't make any sense, so it's Diva. So Diva is the Bermuda Triangle one for some weird reason. But who knows? That could indicate that they plan to do something with the clan later. Give them another keyword. I know, right? Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have said it was a trick. I guess I should have surprised you guys. Because I was looking at this earlier when I was trying to see how much material I need to save to craft the final Riviere and the other two Nightmare Doll Alice. Yeah, I know. Right? And you find it here in a gacha game, too. You find it's done in a gacha game. It's not even a trivia game. They put it in a gacha game. Diva Crystal. No one would have seen that coming. Yeah. So, you know what's... I was doing the story mode, so I finished story the other day, so I got up to grade 40. And I was thinking, like, why is Tachikaze... Because in the story, Tachikaze and Mega Colony are already in the game. Like, the cards are there, and the cards actually work. All the effects are there, and they're active. They work properly. I don't know if it's like running on rails or something, and it's scripted, or I don't think it's scripted because I haven't really had to retry any of the fights, so I don't know. But I really don't understand why Tachikaze and Mega Colony aren't playable. Because if you think back to the release of the physical card game, the physical card game had, here, how do we go back, actually? I want to see the one that had, Mega Colony. Team, whatever it was, Wildflower was the Neo Nectar one. And there was, Team Spider. Spider was the Mega Colony. And then there was, I think this is the team, no, that's another asteroid. No, wait, this is before. I forget where it starts. I think it was chapter 13? Well, anyway. When the physical card game released all those years ago, Mega Colony and Tachikaze were playable clans. Like, the last clan from Season 1 was Neo Nectar, which we will be getting next week. So I don't understand why Mega Colony and Tachikaze aren't already in the game. Like, why weren't they included? I guess maybe they're trying to cut back because it's a gacha game and there's no way to like trade for cards or get the exact card you want. They probably don't want to like overflow the pool of available cards. Because I don't know, maybe they've done some like statistics and they found out that Mega Colony and Tachikaze are the least popular clans. Or whatever. There's some reason why they haven't done it, but the cards are there. Yeah, they were. They weren't as a playable clan. Like, in the very first release, BTO1, Descent of the King of Knights, back in, like, December of 2011, which I actually didn't start playing Vanguard until, I think Maelstrom had just came out in English. So I started Vanguard in 2013. If you go back to my YouTube channel, in the history on the channel, like the very, very way back, I used to do Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I did Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck profiles initially, and then when I switched to Vanguard, you'll see, like the time frame was like 2013. So when I started, Dote was really good, MLB was still really good, although MLB may have been already killed off in terms of Bargle being restricted or something like that, but yeah. Oh, you started at G. Yeah, when I started, in terms of the anime, Season 3 had started. It was like, I think it was getting close to the part where like Link Joker was the main part of the anime when I started playing Vanguard. That might be why Season 3 is my favorite season in terms of the anime, because that's when I started. But I mean, I didn't start watching the anime from Season 3. I did start from 1 and then went up all the way to 3. But 3 was where they currently were at in terms of their release schedule when I started playing the game. So I didn't start from the very, very, very beginning, like Descent of the King of Knights, but I did open one box and I did show what I did put in a video a long time ago. Yeah, Tachikaze was there, Nubatama was there, but they had like 4 cards. There was a grade 1, a grade 2, a grade 3, and a grade 0, but they had no like criticals, heals, draws. You couldn't actually make them as an actual real deck. And then Tachikaze and Mega Colony, you could build them, but I don't think that they were not in set 1. They had random cards in set 1, but not enough to build a deck. I think they got their cards in set 2 or 3, if I remember correctly. But it was definitely season 1, because season 1 was set 1 through 5. Set 5 was the one that had MLB, Dote, and Phantom Blaster Overlord. Set 4 introduced Shadow Paladins. Set 3 introduced Pale Moon and Dark Irregulars. Set 2 was basically the one that had, I think, a lot of the good stuff, Kagero and stuff. But basically, the original 4 clans were set 1. So, you know, like, let's go look at the overview here. I forget when Blazing Flare Dragon came out. He might have been set 2. Yeah, I think he was set 2 in the physical game. Alright, let's just go look at the card collection here. Yeah, it was. It was. That's what I'm saying. It had random Nubatamas. It had random not Grom Blue. But it had random Nubatama cards in set 1. I'll never forget, because I was like, I went to a card shop and I had the Nubatama cards in my deck, and I had like 2 PGs. I think they were 2 Baris, and I had Nubatamas, and people were like, "You can't. What are you doing? You can't have Nubatama in your Kagero deck." And I'm thinking, well, I mean, they're both red. Like, why does it matter, right? I didn't know. Like, I show up to like a locals running Voidmaster and Dreadmaster Nubatama cards. Those are the cards that basically discard a card from the opponent's hand. So in Vanguard, that's almost like game breaking, like forcing the opponent to discard cards in their hand. And I show up with those. I'm using like it wasn't Blazing Flare. It was some budget Kagero trash deck that I put together because I didn't know how to play the game that well. Like I had the little book from the Kai trial deck with so I showed up with my like 1 Dragonic Overlord, my 4 Void Masters, my 4 Dread Masters. So it's like a mishmash of like Kagero and those random Nubatama cards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there was random cards for different clans, but you couldn't actually build a proper deck for those clans. Like you could only build OTT, Kagero, Royals, and Nova in set 1. And then in set 2, I think it introduced Mega Colony and Grom Blue, if I'm not mistaken. And then it added more support for the first 4 clans. And it was all a bunch of like more scatterbrain random things too. Like there may have been some random Mega Colony or something like that, or Spike Brothers. But I know like set 5 was the very end of season 1, and set 5 introduced Neo Nectar. Neo Nectar was the final clan that came out with MLB. Maiden of Trailing Rose came out when MLB and Dote and all that stuff showed up. That's why I know, because I mean Neo Nectar was one of the first decks that I made that was actually a proper deck, that wasn't just some mishmash multi-clan deck that I thought was legal, but it was not playable in a tournament, and then I was like, whatever, I can't use it. So then I made OTT. So OTT was like my very first deck, and I had 1 Silent Tom that I pulled from the box, because I remember I bought 1 booster box of the set that had Silent Tom and CEO, and I pulled Silent Tom, and I traded 1 guy. I think it was a Blazing Flare Dragon that I had, but I didn't want to play it, because when I realized I can't use my Nubatamas with Kagero, I was like, oh man, I can't play the deck. So then I started like trading people away some of the cards that I had. So I lost Blazing Flare for a CEO Amaterasu. So I basically ended up making an OTT deck that had like 3 PGs and was actually playable. And then I made Neo Nectar, and then later on I made Shadow Paladins, and then I started building actual decks that were like properly constructed. Like they had 4 PGs, they had an actual win condition, you know, like Phantom Blaster Overlord, even though he was trash because he was Counterblast 3, Persona Blast, gain 10,000 in crit when he attacks, but then that's the only thing you can do, because now you can't use Counterblast for Maka. You might be able to use it 1 time for like Nevin, but that's basically it. So yeah, I had that deck, back in the day when shadows were garbage. And that's why now being able to play them again as a proper deck is very satisfying after all this time, and now finally having the deck from long ago that was trash now is actually really good, and it's a legitimate deck to climb legend with. Although I would say, I basically say like all decks here are legitimate as long as they're constructed properly. Like they have 4 PGs, 4 heals, a proper, you know, like, I don't want to say 9 draw for every deck, because I don't believe in 9 draw for every deck. And I don't know if, so some of you were in my previous stream, so you probably are going to think this is a repeat of what I said before. But I do not believe that 9 draw for heal is a requirement for Vanguard Zero. I do not believe that at all. I think some decks can run crits or stands mixed with draws. And I believe that the way you can tell if that's a valid strategy is if your deck has an inherent ability to do what those triggers do. So what do I mean by that? If we look at Phantom Blaster Overlord, he has the ability to gain critical. If he can gain critical trigger, I consider that inherent critical, which means he does not need critical triggers because he already has the ability to gain crit. Yeah, 90%. I would say more like 80%, honestly. Okay, maybe now, in the way we are right now, 90% is probably a fair number in terms of deck construction. But later on, you'll see things will change. Like, I'll give you a really good example. When Spectral Duke Dragon comes out, you will see people running critical triggers in that deck. And the reason why critical triggers will be very good in Spectral Duke Dragon is because Spectral Duke Dragon doesn't care if you PG him. He will restand regardless of whether you PG him or not, because he doesn't have to hit to restand. So when a card does not have to hit and it'll just restand regardless, you're going to want that crit, because the crit's going to stay on him till the end of the turn. So if, let's say he swings, they PG, they're at 4 damage. They PG because he has a crit, because you check a crit trigger. So then he's like, okay, I don't care. I don't have to hit. Counterblast 2, retire 2 rearguards, stand up anyway, lose 1 drive check, then swing again. Now I'm swinging again, and basically the question is, do you have the second PG, or are you going to lose right now? That's the reason why, and then he checks another crit, you know, I'm just saying, like, or he doesn't, or he gets a heal, or a draw, or whatever. So, you will see critical triggers show up, but in the current game state, draw triggers are most of the time optimal. I'll give you an example of a deck that doesn't need to run 9 draw. You see my Shadow Paladin deck is running 9 draw. That's because I have Vanguards that already have the ability to gain critical. The deck also has good draw power with Nevin, but it's not very good draw power. It's okay draw power. Because what does she do? She pluses 1, but basically it's a ditch to draw 2. They balance her by making her a 5k, so she can't really like kill an interceptor or anything by herself. She's basically there to just either be an interceptor, like a meat shield on the opponent's turn, or she's there to be sacrificed off for PBO or PBD after drawing you 2 cards. It's basically what she does. So Shadow Paladin has draw power, but it's not like good draw power. An example of a deck that can run crits would be Solus OTT, which I did a deck profile on. And I even showcased how to use the deck. So this deck can either run crits or stands plus draws. Not like, what I mean by that is you don't want to run, if someone says I run crits, it doesn't mean that they run 9 crit, or they run only criticals plus heals, right? That's not what a good deck is. A good deck that has critical triggers will also be running draw triggers. So this deck has a ton of draw on the turn that Coco shows up. Because Coco basically, the turn that Coco comes out at grade 3 is a +3, because Lulu will draw you 1, making the soul empty, then Coco will draw 2 more. So that's +3 right there. And then people will say like, oh, it's really just a +2 because you're minusing Coco from the hand when you ride her. Well, no, because Lulu comes out to the field also. So it still is +3. So Lulu cancels the Coco going out of the hand by coming to the field. And then you +3 off of it. So it would be okay, but it's not worth running. 9 crit is, you don't want to do 9 crit because the reason why people will say draw triggers are so good is because draw triggers, and I think you may have already said it in the video, but draw triggers basically give you advantage on damage and offense. So offense and defense, draw trigger does something for you. It gives you a card whether you take damage or you deal damage. So that's why the draw trigger is overall really good. The other thing about 9 draw gives you full range of movement in terms of your attack order. What that means is you do not have to, so like if you run critical triggers, you usually have to swing Vanguard to Vanguard. You never want to swing Vanguard into an intercept. So that forces you to build up 2 columns of attack on rear guard columns every turn because you don't want your crit to whiff. So that means that you have to have hand to commit to the field. And that implies that your deck must have some kind of draw engine to maintain that momentum. And that's the reason why OTT can run away with running crits, because they can maintain that momentum, because they have cards like Apollon that can +2. Basically, as a rear guard, he can punch away an interceptor and then counterblast 2 and then draw off of that. So he effectively +2. He -1 from the opponent and he +1 card to you. That's a net gain of 2. There's so much value in this one card giving you that much advantage. That's the reason why you can run crits. Coco we already explained that. I mean, and then Silent Tom basically says, I don't care if you run 9 draws. You can have all 4 PGs in your hand. I don't care. The moment you get to 5 damage, and you better have heals in your deck, because the game is about to end right now, and that's basically what happens. So that's why some people run Dark Cat, because Dark Cat, they're like, as long as I have Silent Tom, I don't care if I'm letting him draw PGs. The problem with Dark Cat, the reason why I'll never run a deck with Dark Cat, unless it's Imperial Daughter, is because, well, I'll show you a 9 crit deck actually. There is a 9 crit deck, but to finish this discussion on crits versus draws, Silent Tom basically says the game ends now if you're at 5 if the opponent's at 5 damage. So it instantly turns the game into a 6 damage heal situation, no matter what the opponent has in their hand. It doesn't matter. So that the fact that OTT has that ability to literally end the game at that moment justifies running crits, because all you gotta do is get them to 5. Now, people will say you should run stands over crits, and yes, that's a valid argument, because stands are more beneficial in the late game when the opponent is at 4 damage and they have PGs, and you're in a scenario where you have to swing with Tom into an intercept, kill another intercept, and then the Vanguard has to try to push for 5 damage and then hope for a stand to stand Silent Tom to finish them off. Because if you check a crit in that moment, the opponent's PG will trigger and they'll stay at 4 damage. Then Silent Tom can only swing to give him the 5th damage. So he won't be able to end the game. But the thing about that is, my argument to that is, why wait for that to happen when you can just high roll crit, get him to 5 early, and just end the game? As long as you run Force on a Tom, the probability that you'll push him to 5 with crits is a lot higher than trying to, be in like a constant battle with an opponent like Kagero, who keeps on trying to nuke your rear guards, and you're trying to like come back, claw your way back, push him to 5, and then hope for a stand, and you better have that booster behind your Silent Tom. See, that's why I feel like crits are just so much easier to work with. Like, there's so much less stress and so much less thinking involved when you run crits, because you can just close out games way faster. You push damage faster when they go off, and then as soon as you have that Silent Tom in hand and they're at 5, and you can finish off their 2 intercepts, they're basically done right there. Like, go ahead. Like I encourage you guys, if you want to see how critical triggers work in OTT, a deck profile that I did, go look at my Scarlet Witch Coco deck, which it's on the channel from I think yesterday or maybe the day before. But it's a very recent video that I did. It was from there's a clip from when I'm actually playing the deck live. That's a very, very good example of how the deck works. But yeah, it's basically me fighting Dragonic Overlord the End using this exact deck. And yeah, so crits are legit. Like, they're not bad. You just have to balance them with the draws. You don't run all crit. But I'll show you a 9 crit deck though. It's a pretty troll deck though. Imperial Daughter. This is a 9 crit deck. This is a legit 9 crit deck. And I used it on an earlier stream a while back when when Imperial Daughter first came out. But it's not good. I mean, it was good last month. It's not good now because, well, last month it wasn't even that good because the problem with Imperial Daughter was she was really good except against Perfect Riser. Perfect Riser was the one deck that shut this deck down. And it shut it down pretty hard. It was pretty sad too. Like, when I went up against Perfect Riser with this deck, I realized, yeah, I'm basically gonna lose. Because, Dark Cat will draw me a card, but it'll also draw him his Risers. And then he'll just keep punching me with a 20k Vanguard with critical every turn. And, like, the best I can hope for is to, like, throw down 2 Interceptors every turn, wipe out his Interceptors or his Grade 3 on the rearguard column, and then try to, like, poke with, Imperial Daughter and hope that she can double crit him, because I'm running 9 crit. I mean, that's basically the strategy. It's a stall mill deck. It mills the opponent out. Speed Robo has a Bermuda deck that's similar to this, but it's not, like... It doesn't have the win condition that this deck has, which is basically punch you in the face and hope for a double crit, or if you're at 5 damage, I'll Silent Tom. So the deck can still it still has Silent Tom, but it's not good. It's not good because Perfect Riser kills it, like, horribly, actually. It's legitimate though. It's a funny deck to use. It's a fun deck to use. It's annoying to play against. Yeah, although, honestly, I haven't really seen much Perfect Riser climbing the rank matchup. I've seen mostly... I've come across Perfect Riser probably, like, maybe 5 times out of the climb from 0 to 28, because I'm currently Legend 28, but it's like... I mean, I don't see him that much. I honestly, I see more Blau than Perfect Riser, but I think you're right. By the end of this following week, we should see a lot more Perfect Riser instead of Blau. I think what's going to happen is after this week, the people who are playing Blau now will switch to Perfect Riser, because they may have not had Perfect Riser from the start, so they'll have him by now, I guess. So, but yeah, this is what a 9 crit deck looks like. You have to have some form of draw power. Like, a deck that has, like, for instance, Reindeer. So my Reindeer deck runs critical triggers and draw triggers, because I feel like I've played the deck a lot, because I've got over 100 wins with this deck from last month, but I feel like 9... I did try 9 draw, because I saw Speed Robo run 9 draw, but I don't agree with him. I do not agree with him at all on the 9 draw being... 9 draw is good, but if your deck already can draw you, like, +3 in 1 turn... Why do you need 9 draw? You're just going to deck yourself out. You'll run to situations where you only have 5 cards left in deck. 2 of them might be triggers, or maybe 1 trigger left. And if it's a draw trigger, like, you're going to deck yourself out. I mean, that's assuming you didn't die to, like, Perfect Riser or something along the way. But I feel like with the critical trigger, it gives the deck that extra push, right? To, like, push back and, like, hit the opponent back. Hit Perfect Riser back with another critical trigger back at him. Like, without the crit, I mean, I feel like the deck doesn't really do a whole lot. It just does a lot of gymnastic plays and, you know, like, does 1 damage to the Vanguard, or maybe 2 damage to Vanguard per turn, but if you did crit, you could do, like, 3 or 4 damage per turn, so, on a Reindeer play. So, I run crits. I mean, it made it pretty easy climbing last month, to be honest, and that was before Reindeer got the buff. stands are good too, but the reason why I don't like stands is because, well, I already said it earlier in the stream, stands aren't needed in, think about it like this, whenever somebody asks me, I said it earlier, I might be repeating myself, but whenever someone asks me, why don't you play stands in your reindeer deck, why are you playing crits, and my answer to them, my reply to them, is, would you play stand triggers in a Surikaiser? And then see how they respond, because it's like, meaning the stand triggers in reindeer are completely redundant. They don't help you. I mean, there are some scenarios where they help you. Like an example would be if you swing, like you have to commit a whole column to kill like a 10k vanilla or an 11k grade 3, like a Dragonic Waterfall sitting on the rearguard circle, for instance, or you know, like some let's just say like you have to kill a 10k Nahalem. Let's say you have to kill a Nahalem, and you have to commit Girls Rock Rio plus like Blazer Idols or Sedna from the back row. Commit 2 cards to kill 1 column. Then when you swing with reindeer, if you check a stand, that benefits you because you can now stand Sedna, bounce Rio, get the draw off Rio, call Rio down, and now you have a standing column that hits 21 to the opponent's Vanguard. Now, my response there is, well, if I check the crit instead of the stand. So because ultimately what we're doing is we're dealing the opponent 2 damage. So if I check a stand, let's say reindeer hits the opponent's Vanguard, they don't check something, or they go to 21. It's Overlord, they go to 21. Then Sedna and Rio swing 21 to 21. So I dealt them 2 damage, I drew my 1 card off Rio. And then like the other interceptor died to like a flute or something. If I check the crit, I still deal them 2 damage. I dealt them 2. The only reason why I wouldn't deal them 2 is if they were at 3 damage or, you know, 4 damage. But in that case, they better have the PG or they're going to 5. Or they're going to, yeah, they're going to 5 or they're going to lose. If they don't have the PG, they lose. I literally beat them with the crit right there. So that way, you either force that PG out of their hand, and now it's gone, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. And then you just, and on top of that, I denied them Counterblast for retaliation. Because if they're at 3 damage, and let's say they use 2 Counterblasts for a Berserk Dragon, or a Conroe, and, you know, like, whatever. And then, so they have 1 Counterblast available. Because they're at 3 damage, they have 1 Counterblast. If I crit them, their PG, boom, out of the hand. Now is their turn. Now, the guy wants to call down Dragonic Overlord and blow up my rearguards. But guess what? He can't do it because he only has 1 Counterblast. If I ran stands, and if I went reindeer into him, stand, and then I put him at 5 damage, so he still has the PG, now what he can do is he can call down Dragonic Overlord, and he can do the Overlord thing, blow up my front row, you know, like attack, stand, restand, attack, restand, swing Vanguard, swing, you know, like he can do the Overlord play. If I run crit, guess what? I just denied him that play. He can't do that on this turn. And he better have something ready, like on the following turn, because I'm going to bring up 21k column with Serum and Sedna, and, you know, like push with Rio and Reindeer again, and just repeat the same process as last time. So, and I'm running crits, and now he doesn't have the PG, because I flicked it out of his hand last turn. So, that's the reason why I feel like crits are definitely underrated. I mean, and I say this as someone who's played Vanguard a lot, and crits are definitely not as good as they are in the real Vanguard, but they're still not to be taken lightly. Like, I've crit killed people using the Reindeer deck just because they didn't have the PG. Just because there's always going to be that game where you mulligan, you don't get one, you don't have one all game. If you were a Kagero player, I'm sorry, you searched Ermo. If you searched Ermo instead of your Bari, so you could try to filter for Dote, I mean, good luck up against someone who has 5 crits. So, they'll probably draw into 1, but, you know. But there's also a chance where you crit them early, and then they damage check 1 or 2 PGs. I've seen that happen, too. So, there's also that to consider. But I feel like an example of a deck that can't run critical triggers would be Pale Moon. Pale Moon definitely needs to go 9 draw, because they have to, not only do they soul charge into the soul, they have to have stuff in the soul, they have to commit a board because they're multi-combo attack oriented, and they end up leaving themselves open a lot, like with their Nightmare Doll Alice plays if they don't have grade 2s. So they need to replenish the hand. And more importantly, a deck like Pale Moon... Oh. Yeah, exactly. Never ever run 9 draw in OTT. There's no reason to. People who tell you otherwise probably don't have enough experience with the clan. Like, I know they mean well when they say 9 draw, 4 heals the best. They're not trying to like screw you over or anything. It's just they just don't have enough experience playing the clan at a competitive level to really understand the inner workings of it. So yeah, if the deck has if the deck that you're building has really good draw, you can afford to drop some draws for crits or stands, but not both. You don't run both. It's either stands and draws or crits and draws. Think of it like you're building a normal Vanguard deck that has like like some form of draw triggers, some form of critical triggers, some form of heal triggers. It's the same scenario. So yeah, if the deck has a lot of draw power, it needs to run some form of crits plus draws. Either 5 crit, 4 draw, 4 heal, or the other way around. 4 crit, 5 draw, 4 heal. It just depends. Like, if you... it's personal preference. The way I go about it, if we go back to my Soulless OTT, Scarlet Witch Coco, so and I explained this on my previous stream when someone was asking me, I think it was Samir, he was asking about the trigger lineup. Why do you do 5-4-4 instead of 4-5-4? It's basically the question is, which card do you want in your opening hand? Which card is your grade 3 avatar? Like in this case, it's Scarlet Witch Coco. So what that means is you take this card, and whatever trigger it is, just subtract it from the total trigger count in the deck, because you want this in the opening hand. So what that means is 5-4-4 becomes 4-4-4, because we subtract Coco from the deck, and she's a critical trigger, so it becomes 4 crits in the deck plus 4 draws plus 4 heals, so it's 4-4-4. So that's the way I design the deck. Like otherwise, it would be, if I wanted to prioritize draw triggers, I would make Coco a draw trigger, and I'd make Apollon the critical trigger, and then so it would be 4 crit and 5 draw. I mean, I'll just flip the 2 of them. And I'd make, if I want to really prioritize a draw, I'd make this guy, this is my one of, this would be a draw as well. But I feel like the deck has a really, really strong draw engine, doesn't really need it. I mean, think of this as like a draw. This is +1, or this is technically, if his effect goes off, it's +2. So this is +2 already. So this is like drawing, because you kill the opponent's interceptor and you draw a card off of it, or you deal them a damage and you draw off of it. So that's a lot of draw power right there. This is +3 on the first turn, and +2 on the the subsequent turns. So, yeah. This also draws and puts something on the bottom of the deck. So, there's so much cycling in this deck. There's draw and cycling, so it's like, why run 9 draw? You're just gonna deck yourself out. There's no reason to do that. And also the crits have that element of surprise, too. And no one ever talks about that. The element of surprise. You don't hear a lot of people on YouTube talking about it. But I can pretty much guarantee, like, whenever Spectral Duke Dragon shows up, you'll start seeing people running crits in legitimate decks that are actually climbing the ladder with. I mean, I'm already running the Soulless one, but I'm saying, like, you'll start seeing other clans, not just Bermuda and OTT. I'm trying to think of another one that can actually get away with running. Another good one is Enigma. Enigma can run some stands. Here's an example of a deck that runs stand triggers. Now, this could go either way. This could go 9 draw, or you could substitute the crits for the stand, or no, you could substitute the stands for the crits. The reason why I like the stands is because the stand gives you an out, because Enigma already has inherent crit. And if they PG you because you crit, from Enigma himself, the inherent crit, if you check a stand, you still aren't shut down. You still have additional plays. The other reason why you'd run stands is when your Vanguard has to swing last. Like, think about it like this. Enigma, because of Laurel, you kind of want him to always be able to attack the Vanguard. So what that usually means is you'll have to attack with a rear guard first. Like, literally every game you'll have to do that if you want the Laurel play. So naturally, that implies that stands or crits would work. If you run crits, this deck becomes a luck sack, like bash face, because he already can inherently gain a crit. If you check a crit on top of that, he deals 3 damage. That's better than Perfect Riser in terms of damage output. But it's, you know, like it's reliant on the trigger. If you run stand, you could potentially pull off Laurel again if you check a double stand, because like if you double stand in this deck, after doing Laurel, when you stand Miracle Beauty, she will stand the rearguard behind her, and then your second stand will stand your other rearguard, so you still have 2 more attacks on top of that crit. On top of that, if you have 2 Miracle Beauty and some other rearguard and a Laurel, and you check double stand, and you stand the 2 Miracle Beauties, they literally stand your whole rearguard field, and then Laurel can activate again if the Vanguard hit. So that's hilarious. I've had that happen a couple times playtesting this deck. You can get like 3 attacks with the Vanguard. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, Different Fight even admitted it. He, like, in his first tournament in the Japanese game, he lost to a Kagero. He was playing as Kagero against Kagero. It was a mirror match. He lost because the opponent was running crits. He wasn't expecting it. He had 4 crits in the deck. He wasn't expecting that at all. It caught him off guard, because it messes with your mental state when you're like in a tournament situation, and then all of a sudden the guy is checking crits, and it's like, what? I didn't expect this, because it throws off like how you strategize. Like, okay, at this turn I can expect I'll be at 3 damage. At this one I'll either heal, or I'll be at 4, or I'll stay at 3, or I'll heal down to 2 on my turn. You know, stuff like that. And then if someone runs crits and all of a sudden you're at 4 damage like early, you're thinking, and you only have 1 PG, and you're not really ready, and you don't really, at that point you start questioning, like, what is my opponent's real trigger lineup, right? So it can start messing with your confidence when you're playing the game. So there's that too. That's not really talked about, but he talked about that. So yeah, you'll start seeing crits show up more, like, as the game gets more Vanguards that don't have to hit to restand. Spectral Duke being a prime example. You'll start seeing crits show up more, because that can be really scary. Like, a Vanguard that doesn't care if you PG him, he's just gonna stand up and swing again anyway. It's way more beneficial to run crits, some form of crits in that deck. I think, actually, now I think about it, Different Fight already covered that. If you look up his deck profile on Shadow Duke, that's a 9 crit. He made a 9 crit deck. I personally will build that deck, but I'm not gonna make it a 9 crit deck. I don't believe in 9 crit. I'll do probably 5-4-4 or 4-5-4. It just really depends. But most decks have to run 9 draw. Like, Spike Brothers have to run 9 draw, because they're too combo oriented, and they need full range of movement with their Vanguard attack. Full range of movement means I can afford to swing first with my Vanguard and kill the Interceptor, because I know I'm not going to check a stand or a crit. I can only check a draw or a heal. So I'm not missing out on the benefit of the crit or the stand if I swing into a rigger with my Vanguard. That's the reason that's what full range of movement means, and that's what 9 draw allows you to do effectively. So that's another reason why 9 draw is very, very popular. But Tsukuyomi is one that should run stands and draws, or crits and draws. This particular one that I built is running stands. But yeah, not every deck has to run 9 draw. Because the thing about 9 draw, if you run 9 draw and your deck has no inherent crit pressure, you have to grind out your game. Like, the game always ends up being much, much longer than a game where someone has crit triggers. Think of how fast Perfect Riser matchups go compared to, like, a typical matchup against Dote or something. Games against Dote always take longer than games against Perfect Riser, because either you kill them before they kill you, or they're just gonna punch you enough times with a crit until you finally die. I mean, that's just how it is. So, running 9 draw means you basically have to grind out the win. And I personally don't like that style of play. I don't like when the matchups take like 20 minutes. I prefer the games to be like around 10 to 12 minutes, and that's the average game time. But like in a Dote mirror match, the game can go really, really long. It can go like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. It's really, they can go up to like 6 turns or more. It's super annoying to play super long games like that. I don't like it. So, I mean, I've played a little bit of Dote earlier today. I gotta get my character fights in. Yeah, I need to get, I think I need like 10,000 more of those flowers for the White Day event, and I'm pretty much set. Gotta get those Pale Moon materials for those Nightmare Doll Alice. I also need a Dark Irregulars materials, because I need to craft 2 more El Rose. Well, basically what I do is I only ever try to farm, or not farm, I try to get the materials, the character fight materials for very hard and hard. Like day 1 when Shadow Paladins came out, I basically like rushed Ren and beat him all the way up to like very hard, because I needed a few more of the ritual crystals to craft my 4th Nevin. So I completed the Shadow Paladin deck day 1, literally, like just because I got super lucky. I opened 144 packs that were saved up over the course of last month from just playing ranked, because I had like 2 million VP just from climbing the ladder, because I finished in top 1000. So that's the thing too, like this game is really, really good for free to play. Now, I say that, but I say that with the disclaimer, I did spend money on the VIP thing for the paid gems, where they give you, I think it's like 100 gems a day or something like that over the course of like 14 days. I did that like 2 times, and I also did purchase the Sentinel starter kit thing where you get like a Sentinel medal. I purchased that as well, just so I could get my 4th Battle Sister Chocolate, so I could run my OTT deck with 4 Perfect Guards. That's basically, that's the money I put into the game. But yeah, you get a lot if you play the game a whole lot. I mean, you can get a lot of pack tickets. Yeah. Because what I did, like my strategy, because Shadow Paladin's like one of my favorite clans, day 1, and I have a video of me doing the pack openings. Like, I had 144 tickets, and I, like at the very beginning of the event, the first thing I did was go into the item exchange. I went here, I had 4 Sentinel medals saved up from last month, because I got at least 500,000 VP both seasons. I always go for 1.2 million every season, just for the 10 free packs. So I had, where is it? Sentinel medal. See right here, I exchanged all 4 medals immediately for McLear. I think I opened 10 packs, then realized, yeah, it's in the video. I realized I forgot to get my McLears, so I immediately like stopped opening the packs, went in here, got all 4 of the Sentinels immediately, because I knew if I pull McLear, I'll get the crafting materials, and I was banking on, oh, I need to craft a PBO or Skullwitch Nevin or something, and I'm gonna need 200 ritual orbs to craft 1 triple R. So I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have to turn every single one of those McLears that I pull into orbs, and I did that, and that's the reason why, if you look at my crafting materials for Shadow Paladin, you can see I have 246 orbs, and that's after I crafted my final Nevin, and a Cursed Lancer. I had to craft a Cursed Lancer for 4 Cursed Lancer, and a 4th Nevin for 4 Nevin. So I currently have I have a playset of every single Shadow Paladin card right now from day one, pretty much day one. I take that back. It took me like 2 days to craft the final Nevin. I had to rush. Basically, I had to rush Ran down, and like get him to very hard and beat him up really bad, very hard. Get every single 5/5 on both, hard and very hard. Like for I think 2 or 3 days. It took me like 2 or 3 days to craft that Nevin. Yeah. Yeah, you always want, like, if you can't afford to play the game all the time, if you can't do the 1.2 million VP each 2 weeks, because that's like a total of, if you total it up, it's like 2.4 million VP in a month. If you can't find the time to play the game enough, that much to do that, and I understand a lot of people can't do that, and I personally won't be doing that forever. Like, once Season 2, once we move into Limit Break format, I'm probably gonna not play the game as actively as I am right now. I'll probably play it a lot though when Aquaforce comes out, kind of like I am right now. But my thing is, if you can't do the 2.4 VP a month, at the very least, get the, I think it's 600k, 600,000 for the Sentinel Medal. Always get the Sentinel Medals, because that's free PGs. So you get at 100,000 you get 1, and at, I think it's, yeah, at 5. So always at least get 500,000 per season. If you can't do 1.2 million, that's okay. At the very minimum, get 500,000. Though that's basically the objective. Basically, it's like get the 500,000. Who cares about the legend, the rank reward, the SP, or the alternate art cards? If you can't do that, that's fine, whatever. At least get the 500,000, the Sentinel Medal, because those come in clutch. That is actually the secret trick that allowed me to build the clan day one, was basically get these out of the way so I could guarantee that I have crafting material after opening. If I know I'm going to open 144 packs just to try to pull cards for one clan, in this case Shadow Paladin, I want those materials, because I know it's a gacha system. I know it's like a gamble system basically, and in that regard, I'm not guaranteed to get the cards I want. So I'm gonna try to increase the chances that I can craft the cards I need, because crafting is basically a good way to guarantee you get the card. So I'm basically guaranteeing that I'll get the crafting materials to craft whatever I want, or whatever I need, whatever I don't pull. And in this case, that was a Cursed Lancer and a Skull Witch Nevin. And so I was able to do that, and that's why I'm able to complete the deck. Like, literally on Wednesday, I had the deck 100% done. So, and that's, but that's because I had to play the game a ton. I had to get, like I said, I think I had almost 3 million VP. And we got lucky, because we had a lot of, 10 free packs for the new set. We got 10 free packs. Although it was weird. It came out, it came late. I remember checking for the 10 free packs, and then they didn't show up in the gift box until way later on, I think 3 or 4 hours after the set was released, they show up in my gift box. Because I remember hearing people complaining that they didn't get their 10 free packs. We did get them. We just got them at some weird hour. It was strange. I think it was like a server issue or something. But you got 10 free packs. Then on top of that, you get 10 free packs from 1.2 million from the Kagero, from the Overlord season. Then you get 10 more free packs from the CEO season. So that's 30 packs already from doing nothing but playing the game. And then they also gave us the celebrating the new anime series, the Emmy anime series, and they gave us tickets or something every single day. And then there was also the other thing celebrating celebrating the 500,000 or whatever global. So they were giving free packs each day that you logged in. So I did all that. So bottom line is I ended up with 144 packs, and I was able to pull everything with 144 packs. On top of that, I had climbed all the way to Let's see, legend. Because I had gems on top of that. I had a lot of gems. I had 58,000. No, not 58,000. 5,800 gems that are in a second video where I unboxed those too. Because see, I got a lot of gems and tickets from climbing to Legend 40 during the Tyrant of the Empire. And then I climbed all the way to Legend 66 during the CEO season. So I got a bunch of gems from that as well. So I had a whole bunch of gems. And I had like a couple of VIP gems, paid gems still in there. A little bit, but not a whole lot. So I did have that one 50% off pack that I opened. Yeah, exactly. So you get a lot of freebies in the game. So even though it's a gacha game, I feel like it's relatively easy to build the decks that you want to play. I mean, the only exception for me, like, it's pretty funny. It's pretty ironic. It's like, I kind of wanted to play Beast Deities. Unlike a lot of other people that I watched open packs, and they weren't happy that they kept pulling, like, Vanguard Insider pulled all the Beast Deity. I think, yeah, he's the notable one that I remember. He didn't want to. He wanted to pull Dote, and he kept pulling Beast Deity, Azure Dragon. I ended up pulling the SP, but I didn't pull any of the triple Rs. The one that you see me have is the one that I crafted. I crafted one recently. That's why I have no more orbs. But I don't have any more orbs. But I crafted this one. I just need to craft 2 more of him, and then I can play the deck. But this is the one triple R that I didn't pull, aside from the SP that I pulled. Which is strange, which is great actually, because I wanted Shadow Paladins, so I got Shadow Paladins. But yeah, a lot of people didn't want this guy, and they pulled a ton of this guy. I forget who someone made a saying. It was like, the game, like, you don't decide. I think they said it was like, you don't decide what you want to play in this game. The game decides for you. It's like, I didn't want to play Perfect Riser, and the game handed me 4 Perfect Risers, and they didn't give me any blouse. I had to craft all 4 of my blouse. That's why I still haven't fully recovered from the orbs. Yeah. Well, I would say if you have the money to spend, then it's, see, that's fine. That's fine with me. I mean, yeah, go ahead, as long as you, because think about it, it's like you're trading your money for your time, right? It's time value of money. That's that whole debate. So it's like, as long as you got the money and you can throw money at the game, because some people will see the gacha as a problem, and some people will never play this game. I know a lot of people in real life who do not play Vanguard Zero because it's a gacha game, and they refuse to leave it up to chance on what they pull. If they want to play Dote, they want to get the Dote cards. The fact that you have to pull the Dote cards from a random chance thing, they don't want to have anything to do with that, and they're not going to play the game. They're not going to even touch the game. I know a lot of people that are like that. And I personally was originally in that same boat. But when I realized like how many freebies they give you, then I figured, and it's like, okay, if I really, really wanted to wail on the game, I guess I could, yeah, it's like, I agree with you, Samir. Like, if I, like, okay, let's say out of those 144 packs that I opened the other day, if I only pulled 2 Phantom Blaster Overlords, then I would probably have bought the, like, 6,000 gem thing, the 79.99 6,000 gem thing that they offer in the shop. So yeah, like, I probably would have bought it if I exhausted all my packs and I still didn't have the Shadow Paladin clan that I want. Because I saw this as, this is my one chance to get, or not one chance, because I know they'll have the raid up later on in the month, but it's like, this is my chance to build the deck that I had a long time ago and play it again, and it's irrelevant again, and it's a lot better than it was back then, and I want to play the deck, and it's, so, yeah, I probably would have thrown money in too if I didn't get what I needed. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that do that all the time. I mean, that's the whole nature of the gacha system. But yeah, if you've got the money to spend, it's your money, do whatever you want, man. Get the cards. Guarantee you get the cards. That's how it is. That's one way to do it. But I do like that they have a crafting system. It just means that, like, you just won't be able to play the deck day one, right? It'll take you a while. Like, look at, like in my case, I pulled 4 reindeer. Or no, I pulled 3 reindeer and I crafted... No, I pulled 3 reindeer and then I finally randomly pulled the 4th one back when I was, like, during the Spike Brother event. I decided to open, like, I think 5 or 15 packs or something. And I randomly pulled the 4th reindeer and 1 Pacifica. Because originally I had 0 Pacifica and 0 Riviere. I only had 3 reindeer and I was running the deck with 3 reindeer for a long time. And then I finally pulled the 4th reindeer. And I also pulled a Perla. And I spent most of last month, or the first half of last month, crafting the Pearl Sisters. Because the Pearl Sisters are, like, the only way to make the deck legitimately good and not, like, just, you know, some generic deck that doesn't really get a very good win record because it doesn't have a very strong win condition. You gotta have the Pearl Sisters. The Pearl Sisters are gonna be key when the Coral stuff comes out. They're still gonna be relevant. So I see Perla and Perle as being relevant for a very long time. So I prioritized having to craft them. So I focused on crafting Perla. And granted, I did get lucky. I did pull Reindeer, which is my favorite Bermuda deck of all time. So I was happy that I pulled that over Pacifica or Riviere, because I could care less about them at that point. But I slowly have been crafting up Riviere. Especially, I've been focusing on her now because I want to play the decks they buff the starter. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. I really do like that. I like that you can go in day one and just immediately craft the card. Like, because I know a lot of people that did that for MLB. Like, there was a ton of Royal people who were waiting for MLB. They were ready. They were ready day one. They literally crafted like 3 MLB, and all they had to do was open their packs and just hope that they pulled just 1 MLB. And as soon as they pulled their 1 MLB, they stopped opening packs because they were done. That was it. That was the one deck they wanted to build, and that was fine. They may have pulled a random Dote or an Azure Dragon or a PBD or something, and they don't care. They're not going to play the decks. They're just going to play the MLB. They're going to climb the ladder with MLB. That's all they're going to do. And that's it. And they're set. And they're set for like 3 months straight, because this deck is going to be legit good for a very long time. Until we get the nerf. And even in the nerf, it's still good. That's a good question. Honestly, I do think that they should. The number one thing that I hate about this game, that I really do not like, is the fact that the gacha is like everything combined. Like, if we go in here, and you can see I already have 53 packs from climbing Legend, and then having a bunch of random whatever gifts that they keep giving us, right? Like everyday login, whatever. But if we look at this, the fact that if you go on here and you still see King of Knights, Alfred, Soul Saver Dragon, like these old cards, I don't like how everything is combined into one. That to me, this is just horrible game design. Like, why do this? Why have this? The gacha system was very generous to me this time around. But the previous month, it was not. It trolled me so hard, like, in May, because I literally pulled 3 Soul Savers, a 5th Gancelot, and a 2nd King of Knights Alfred, like, when I was opening the new packs, like, for looking for Tsukuyomi and the new stuff, and they go and give me, like, old cards. I'm like, who thought of this? What is this? Like, why are these old cards here? Yeah, MLB is still gonna be good. I mean, people will. What I expect to see is people will start playing the Grade 3 Searcher. They're also gonna switch to running. Maybe Bargle might start showing up again, and they'll just use Bargle to search Superior Ride Blaster Blade, so they can guarantee him. And then all they need to do at that point is get MLB, and they can. I don't know. Maybe not Bargle, but definitely the grade 3 searcher will be relevant in MLB. Like, basically, if you want to fix the MLB nerf, like post nerf, all you do, I mean, there's a couple things that you can do. Like, this is what I would do, honestly. If MLB does get nerfed, what I'll do is take this out, maybe run this, the grade 3 searcher, because this can potentially search MLB. Worst case scenario, you use it and it gets you, like, you know, like a Palamedes or something that you can use, or just whatever. Like, I would say, like, it's probably going to be this, and then the other fix would be run more of her. She would be at 4 at that point, because you'd want to ensure that you... Oh, I only have 3 of her. But anyway, you would get 4 of her, because that way you increase your ability to pull Blaster Dark or Blaster Blade from the deck. I mean, Blaster Blade's not the problem. The problem with MLB is the Blaster Dark. Having to search Blaster Dark is the big problem. That and MLB himself not being in the opening hand. If MLB is not in the opening hand, the deck basically goes up in flames, like this MLB. Like, it basically burns and dies if you don't have him when you need him. So, yeah, Blaster Dark and MLB are the problem. The Blaster Blade is not a problem because of Gancelot. But the way you fix the deck is basically you run the grade 3 searcher to search MLB, or, I mean, maybe... Well, I don't know. This thing can't really help you find Blaster Dark. I guess maybe Bargle. It would either be Bargle with 4 Trumpet Girl, this Trumpeter. You would run 4 Trumpeter because she would be able to extract Blaster Dark from the deck. And then you would pair that with the grade 3 searcher, or you would go for guaranteeing Blaster Blade by using Bargle and 4 of this. So it's easy to fix the deck. It's not really, I mean, it's just a little bit more slowed down, but it's still really good. I'd probably run the grade 3 searcher personally. I'd probably do this and then run 4 of the Trumpeter at 4. Let me see. Or, I don't know, maybe this will be good. Maybe this will be post MLB nerf, this deck list right here. The only difference is run the grade 3 searcher, and you'll run 3 or 4 of the Trumpet. But the Trumpeter maybe is... See, the thing is, I feel like Bedivere is still really, really key to the deck, so dropping Bedivere to 1, I feel like would hurt the offensive potential of the deck. So, I don't know, I probably would keep Trumpeter at 3, and run the grade 3 searcher, and that's probably be it. 9 draw. Yeah, you definitely would run 9 draw on MLB because you don't have any draw cards. And it's so piece reliant that you need to draw, especially after the nerf, you're going to need the 9 draw even more to try to draw into Blaster Dark. For Duke, see, the thing that annoys me is, at first when I heard that Spectral Duke was going to be used in Gold Paladin, I mean in Shadow Paladin, I was against that. I didn't like that. But when I found out that Ren, you can't actually use Ren as an avatar for Gold Paladin, I just think that's kind of dumb, because we will get a new skin, character skin for Ren, a fight skin for Ren, where it's basically good Ren. It's the Season 2 Ren. It's the one that uses Spectral Duke. So he doesn't wear his jacket. But the thing is, you can only use that skin on Shadow Paladin, which I think is just dumb, because if it's a Season 2 Ren, he never used Shadow Paladin in Season 2, so why can't you make the Gold Paladin clan use that skin? So, when I found about that, I was like, okay, that's fine, I'll just run Shadow Duke instead of like Gold Duke, but I'll try both. I personally will definitely try to build Shadow Duke and run the crits, like I was saying earlier. I'll probably make Spectral Duke himself be a critical trigger. So it'll be like 3 crit, 5 draw, 4 heal, some variant like that. Yeah, I know, right? Like right now, in terms of value, Yuri is the only really good one, because you can use her as OTT. I had to get the Yuri one. I spent my gems on the Yuri and the Miwa. Because I'm definitely going to use the Yuri skin when Battle Sisters come out, because I definitely want to play Battle Sisters, because that's her deck. She used Battle Sisters in the anime, in the season 2 matchup between her and Misaki. Misaki tricked her or surprised her because Misaki was using Tsukuyomi against Yuri, and Yuri was using Dimension Fleece, and I think Yuri beat her. And then in the run back match episode, she was disguised. She and Tetsu were wearing like they were like dressed up in some kind of disguise, but she like revealed herself, and then she was basically using the Battle Sister deck. And Misaki surprised her because Misaki switched to Soulless. She was using Scarlet Witch Coco, and that was pretty cool. But yeah, in terms of Spectral Duke, I'll be using the Shadow Duke deck. I'm not a big fan of Gold Paladin, so it depends. Like, at the very least, if I want to play Gold Duke, I'll try to build it because I had the deck from long ago. I still have Spectral Duke, the physical cards, somewhere in like a binder somewhere. Yeah, I'll definitely try to build the Gold Paladin one, the traditional Duke, the way it's meant to be played, but I'll most likely be running Shadow Duke. Because Ren is the avatar on the Shadow Paladin one. You can't have Ren as the avatar. To me, it's just weird to see Aichi using Spectral Duke Dragon as a Gold Paladin deck. So I don't know. Unless there's like a fight skin for Ren. I'm not too into Gold Paladins. At least the Ezel stuff. I do like Liberators in the Break Ride arc, but I don't really like... although, don't get me wrong, I do like the aesthetic of the way the Gold Paladin units look. Like, they look kind of cool. Like the Knight of Bumains and Ezel himself and all that stuff. Ezel looks like a Super Saiyan 3 Raditz, but yeah, I'm not... The only clan that I want to build next month is Angel Feathers. Angel Feathers is the one that I'm saving up the packs for at this point. Like, I will spend the Sentinel medals on the Angel Feather PG day one, and then the rest of them, it's free for all. For golds, Great Nature, and Narukami, it's first come first serve. Whichever Sentinels I pull, if I have 4 of them, then I'll play the deck. Otherwise, maybe next time. But yeah, Angel Feather is the one I'm most interested in. And the reason why Angel Feathers... Narukami also I'm a bit interested in because of Vermilion. His ability to just battle the whole front row is pretty awesome. He can just cut through those interceptors like that and still hit the Vanguard. I find that pretty cool. But it depends. If I pull Vermilion, I'll play Vermilion. If I pull 4 Narukami PGs, I'll try to build budget Narukami. But Angel Feather is what I'm looking forward to because... Man, I've played so many games where I damage check PGs, and that just irritates me so much, especially when somebody like attacks me and I lose 2 PGs in the damage zone. The fact that Angel Feathers can recover them is just awesome. So that's why I want to play Angel Feathers, because I feel like Angel Feathers has some really interesting plays available. Oh yeah. The latest one, the Malak one from V-Series. The 12 crit 4 heal. I guess that's how you could tell I'm a big supporter of critical triggers, right? The Angel Feather deck. The most recent one I did for V-Series was a 12 crit deck. Yeah. I mean, it works, man. It ends games fast. Basically, round 2, let's go. But I can't wait. Like, what I'm hoping so much, I'm not sure if they're gonna do this, but I really, really hope that next month they do what they did in May and they give us 2 sets at the same time. I want them to give us Asia Circuit, and I want them to give us the set that has Reggie, Lukie, and you know, like the second support, with the one that has Spectral Duke. Because if we only get one next month, we will only be getting Ezel, the initial Angel Feathers, which I think is Circular Sakiriel, and Shamshil, and then for Great Nature, I think we get the Lox Ride Chain, and we get for Narukami we get Vermilion, and maybe Dungare, I forget. I think Dungare and Vermilion, we get those, and I don't really care about any of those decks except Angel Feathers. Great Nature I'll play, they're fun. I like that they have a lot of draw and retire. They retire their own stuff, but they draw, they plus a lot. So they're another deck that I can find myself trying out, like a 5 crit 4 draw or a 4 crit 5 draw variant. People complain about 2 sets. Yeah. I'm actually glad they gave us 2 sets last month. And I hope they give us 2 sets next month. Because then what that means is we'll be getting... If they do that, we'll get Aquaforce and we'll get Bermudas in August instead of September. Yeah. I mean, basically, like... I hope they give us 2 sets next month. And then they'll just give us 1 set the following month. Because Season 2 is not done in the Japanese game. Like, I think there's still 1 more set for the Japanese game, and then that will conclude Season 2. And that will have Glory, Maelstrom. I don't know if Neo Nectar will be included, because the Cecilia, the Musketeers, are supposed to be out when Maelstrom came out. That was when Cecilia and those guys were released in the physical card game. But because Neo Nectar is a clan event, like a limited event, they're probably not going to do it that way. So I think we'll probably be getting the equivalent of set 9. In the Japanese will be getting set 9 next month, which will conclude Season 2 for them. Which means August will be the beginning of the Break Ride format for the Japanese game. And that's gonna be exciting, because that's when Prisms will start showing up. That's when Dauntless Drive will make his return. Seal Dragon will get their cross ride. Jewel Knights for Royal Paladins. Jewel Knights are pretty cool. You know, like Ashley and I forget what, Salome or Salam, and then who else? Gold Paladins will get Liberators. Gansalt will become a Break Ride instead of a annoying heal trigger that keeps going back in the deck. Yeah, it's most likely Neo Nectar will be a clan event. Yeah, but if they really want to catch us up, they need to give us 2 sets again. Otherwise, we'll never catch up at this rate. Because the Japanese will be at Season 3 in August at this rate. It depends what they release for them next month, because they could literally completely finish the Season 2 cards for them next month in 1 set. Because the only thing missing is the Ultimate Break. Platina Ezel, the Cross Ride for Ezel, and the Cross Ride for Maelstrom. And I think there's Vermilion the Blood for Narukami. So the Narukami Ultimate Break Cross Ride. Basically, the Cross Rides for Season 2 will come out in the Japanese set next month. And that will conclude Season 2. Kind of like how the Cross Rides for Season 1 came out this month for us. So there's still almost like an entire season ahead of us. So they need to do a double set release. If they want to catch us up. And I think next month would be the month to do it, because it's a similar scenario to what happened last month. In that sense, meaning the first new wave introduces 4 new clans, but then the following wave would fit in perfectly, because all it does is add more cards for I think 2 of those, Narukami and Golds. And it brings support for older clans like Pale Moon, Dark Irregulars, and Dimension... Or no, I don't know about Dimension Police. No, not Dimension Police. Pale Moon and Dark Irregulars will get their cards. If you guys look at the wiki page, you'll see Cavalry of Black Steel is what we should be getting. Normally, we would get Cavalry of Black Steel. So if you go to the Vanguard Cardfight Wikia and you look up Fighters Gacha Pickup Cavalry of Black Steel... the list that has Battle Sister Fromage, Spectral Duke Dragon, yeah, basically those cards, those come out, for us, they're supposed to come out in August. I want them to accelerate and give us those cards in July instead of August. That way we get Maelstrom and Coral and Zeal and Ultimate Dayusha in August instead of having to wait all the way till September. Because then at the current rate, if they only give us one set each month, we'll only get to Season 3 in November of this year. So they do need to give us 2 more again at some point. And I think next month is the best month to do it, honestly, because like I said, they're adding more support for Dark Irregulars and Pale Moon, and those are clans. Like, think about it. I'll be honest with you guys. If you guys are climbing ranked, whenever you see a Tetsu or an Asuka, almost 9 times out of 10, it's a VP farmer. It isn't even somebody actually playing the game. So how do you fix that for those 2 clans? Guess what? You give them new cards. That's how you get people to play those clans again. So that's why I think they could afford to combine, or at least give us 2 gachas, kind of like what they did last month. One for the Dark Irregulars, Pale Moon, and the new, like whatever support from those other stuff, and then the one for the new stuff like Golds, Great Nature, Angel Feathers, and Narukami. So I really, really think they should do it next month, not wait further, because if they wait further, then they're gonna run into issues with, like Aqua Force and Bermuda and all this other stuff. And Dimension Police has a ton of new cards that they're getting. Hey, I was playing them a bit last month. The only problem for me was I didn't have Edel Rose. I had to craft both of these Edel Roses. I had to craft. All I had was one No Life King Death Anchor, and I crafted I pulled a second one. So I had 2. I only had 2 of these, and I had to craft my Edel Roses. I had to craft my Dorines. 1 Dorine. But I got lucky on my Amon pulls and my Gwyn the Ripper. So I could technically play them, but I just really want the Edel Rose at 4. But then when I found out about Reggie, and the fact that Edel Rose probably won't even see play in the Reggie deck, I kind of sort of gave up on Dark Irregulars for right now. I mean, I'm still trying to craft it, but the only time I'll spend the character fights on Tetsu is if I exhaust Asuka and Emi. Because Asuka and Emi are the ones that I do very hard and hard, 5 each. So because I'm trying to build up Riviere, I need that 4th Riviere, and I need those 2 more Nightmare Doll Alice. So those are my 2 priorities right now. And then Tetsu's kind of like number 3, just for the Edel Rose at 4, and then after that it's Kamui for the Azure Beast Deity Dragon. Yeah, I think I remember you pulled. Yeah. Man, it was so tempting to try to open more packs last month. I was when I was sitting on that gold mine of like 144 packs, I was so tempted to open some of them during that event for those just to try to pull Edel Rose. But then I kept telling myself, no, if I do that and if I don't pull Edel Rose or the Nightmare Doll Alice, I'm gonna regret it so bad, because I've been saving up for a month for Shadow Paladins, and I was literally thinking of this when they did the raid up gacha and the guaranteed triple R gachas for the paid gems. I was thinking, oh man, I think I should do it, and I was like, no, but then if I don't get those cards, I'm just gonna feel really, really bad, because I'll have wasted those packs I've been saving up for Shadows, and I'm glad that I saved them up, because it paid off in the end. They are very fun. Dark Irregulars is very, very fun. Pale Moon is also super fun. Honestly, I personally find Dark Irregulars more fun to play. I feel like Pale Moon is more challenging to play. Dark Irregulars is easier. It's more straightforward because, for one thing, Dark Irregulars already has a really good 11k Vanguard, and this guy gets a cross ride in the Link Joker arc later on. So Amon's gonna be relevant for a very, very long time. And then. No, it's funny because it's like, I was surprised actually that Amon is the double rare and this guy is the triple R, because this guy, honestly, you won't really see him at more than like 1 or 2 copies in the long term. And so that's why I don't really care about Death Anchor. I think like having 2 copies is enough. You don't really need any more. Because he's going to basically end up like Dragonic Waterfall. He's going to be your one of that you sit on in the game at the very, very end of the game. Like, kind of like in the Kagero build where you have that one waterfall, or sometimes that one blockade, just thrown in there randomly. I feel like No Life Death Anchor King is the same sort of card, so I'm surprised he was a double R. Yeah, they are, man. In fact, I think I watched your video about like wait like a couple of weeks to open the packs, but I couldn't do. I'm like, nah, I can't do it, man. I have to try to build Shadows day one. I've been waiting. I've been sitting on this for like a month. I can't wait any longer. It's like Christmas Day. I can't wait. It's like. Yeah, Amon's definitely their win condition. Well, he's their main consistent win condition. Death Anchor can actually end a game though, like if the conditions are set right. If you know they don't have a PG, and you can force them into a double heal situation when they're at 5. So yeah. But what's nice about Dark Irregulars is they already have 2 cards that are 11k base power. That's really good. Pale Moon, on the other hand, doesn't have any consistent 11k Vanguard. The only 11k Vanguard Pale Moon has is, what's her name? Mistress Hurricane. And she isn't even... She's only 11k if you have 6 or more cards in the soul. And the problem is, this would be okay if it was Dark Irregulars, but the fact that it's Pale Moon almost never has 6 cards in the soul. They usually have like 3 or 4, maybe sometimes 5, but most of the time it'll only really be like 3 or 4 cards in the soul. At least in the early days, Pale Moon, like set 1 Pale Moon like this. So that's why it's sad, because this is their only 11k and it's barely playable. The best they've got is Golden Beast Tamer, and she's not 11k. I honestly feel like Golden Beast Tamer should be buffed, like how Ranger was buffed. Golden Beast should be an 11k Vanguard, because she's double R like Amon. And she has Restraint. The fact you have to Soul Blast 2 to lose Restraint, this should be an 11k in my mind. She doesn't even power up herself. She only powers up the 2 front row rear guards. So it's good, because it makes Nightmare Doll Alice swing 13 to a cross ride. But other than that, this should be an 11k in my mind. This card needs a buff. The fact that it has Restraint needs a buff. So it's underpowered. Robert, he's good as is because he's a Mega Blast. Mega Blast should always be 10k. He can gain 3k when he has 6 soul, but you know that's kind of dumb. I think that he should have been he should be buffed. It should say if your soul has 4 or more cards, he gets 3k. Not 6 or more. 6 is basically his Soul Blast. His Mega Blast. What's he gonna do? Mega Blast and then lose to 3k? I mean, that's not consistent at all. So I feel like Dark Irregulars are pretty good, actually. Pale Moon's the one that is... Pale Moon's good, but it's harder to play. You have to actually really, really know what you're doing to wield the deck effectively. Because they don't have an 11k Vanguard, so they're prone to being rushed. Because, you know, stupid things can happen. Like, Kagero can just call down Streakin' or Nahalem and just swing into their Vanguard if they have Nightmare Doll Alice. And, you know, like, maybe this guy is the other grade 3, they just don't have an intercept. They'll just abuse the fact that she's a 10k Vanguard. And that just ends really badly for Pale Moon most of the time. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, I can't wait to play Silver Thorns, though, in the Break Ride arc. Reverse Lucia. Man, I can't wait to play that deck. That deck was one of my mains, along with Ramiel Reverse. I played 3 decks. Well, actually, no, I actually played 5 decks back in Break Ride. Break Ride was my most prolific... It was the most prolific time for me when I played Vanguard. So that was like 2014. 2014 was when I played Vanguard, like, really competitively. Like, I would actually go to locals and try to actually go into regionals with friends. But, ever since then, like during Stride, no, I just kind of took a back seat. I made like deck profile videos, but that was basically it. But that's why in my mind, Break Ride and OG Vanguard was the golden age of Vanguard, at least in my mind. So that's why I'm kind of into Vanguard Zero right now, because all the old cards that I remember so well are relevant again. I know. I hear you on that one. I don't know why, because Dark Irregulars they're definitely underestimated. Like, people underestimate them a lot. Like, they don't really understand how relevant this clan actually still is, surprisingly. It still can go toe-to-toe with Kagero. It has insane amounts of retire power. Like, it literally has Berserk Dragon, which is one of the best retire... It's one of the best cards in the game that can retire stuff. And then it has Amon, because ultimately, Berserk Dragon's effect is better than Blaster Blade's effect. Blaster Blade can only blow up grade 2 and 3, but boosters are way more valuable in the long term. In the long term, being able to snipe an opponent's grade 1 and shut down an entire column is so much more valuable in the long term than being able to just snipe a grade 2 that you could have just ran over anyway. So, I mean, I understand why Blaster Blade's still really, really good, especially with MLB, because he just allows you to swing 3 times to the opponent's Vanguard as opposed to just 2 times to the opponent's Vanguard. But yeah, this card, the fact that they have a Berserk clone, they have a Gancelot clone, and they have an 11k that can just blow up stuff, and he can hit huge numbers in late game because of the soul. Like, it's really, really good, actually. I agree with you. I'm surprised there's not more people playing this clan. And Doreen also is an amazing booster. The thing about Doreen with No Life King is really, really good. Like, No Life King is basically a vanilla that doesn't really do anything until you're at 5 damage. But the fact that he soul charges and becomes 13k every turn is really good against cross rides. And then that always ensures that Doreen is at least a 9k booster every turn. So that is actually still pretty good in terms of being able to hit really good numbers. And then this thing's always a permanent 9k once you have 6 soul. Even it's super good. You can make this can be like a 9k that you can move him up just to run over that final Blaster Blade and then swing for game. And, you know, like, the other column will swing and get the PG out of the hand, and then No Life Death Anger can swing and do his thing to try to push for him to crit. So, I mean, it's really good deck. I mean, it's a really good clan overall. They have a lot of good cards. There's a lot of stuff in here that's good. Like, they have a thing that can blow up the opponent's entire rear guards. They have the, you know, the meme. You can't go wrong with the meme. They got Steel Vampire. I can't wait till I have my Edel Rose, because then I won't need him anymore, but yeah. One thing that surprises me, I still see Amber Dragon, though. When I climb ladder, I still occasionally run into Amber Dragon, which is interesting. I guess those people just refuse to play Dote, or they might actually have Dote, but they might not have 4 copies yet or something. Yeah. Steel Vampire is hilarious. Yeah, I feel like the reason why we don't see... Well, I don't know. Okay, I don't know why Dark Irregulars doesn't see that much play, because honestly, you can't really go wrong using them, because they have retire power. They even have, technically, they have a pretty good final turn all-in with critical pressure. They have insane retire power. They can build insane columns, and yet no one plays them. That, to me, that just doesn't really compute. I don't know why. I don't know why nobody's playing them. At Pale Moon, I can understand why, because they're hard to use. They don't have an 11k Vanguard. Yeah, they're definitely underpowered right now. In my mind, they're underpowered. Yeah, and the thing is, honestly, Edel Rose isn't even 100% necessary to play Dark Irregulars. What surprises me about Dark Irregulars is, technically, you don't even need either of the triple Rs to make the deck still run pretty decent. Like, because last month, I didn't even have any Edel Rose. Like I said how I had to craft them. I'll show you guys my original build. This was my day 1 build last month when I opened the packs. It was... Whoops. I think it was... Well, okay, there's a rare of her now, but I think this was it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I only had one NLK on day 1. I think I pulled a second one at some point later in the month. So my original deck looks something like... I think it was 4 of Demon Eater. Yeah. This is the original build. This was my day 1 Dark Irregular deck. In fact, I think back then I had him as a crit trigger too, but I think I changed him. But it's probably better with the draw because they minus themselves from the field, so they should run 9 draw. But yeah, this was day 1, and this deck is still pretty good. I mean, it only misses out on the Edel Rose, but it still does what it's supposed to do. Like the only thing Edel Rose does is help them recycle, heal, and get Werewolf Sacred, which is really, really good. But if you don't have it, it's not like you can't make the deck. The deck still works. And this is a pretty easy budget deck to build. Like, the only thing in here is Amon, Gwyn the Ripper. I mean, just double Rs. And double Rs are much, much easier to craft than triple Rs. Because the challenge is really getting the 100 orbs for the double rare. And that only takes, like 5 days. Maybe like a week and a half to craft. If you because the thing is, normal is all you need. You don't need to do very hard and hard to get a double R. So literally, you're not even restricted to 5 or like 10 per day. Like, you could just spend all your stamina, the whole, like, you just log in 3 times a day and just like do all the character fights on Tetsu. You'd be able to craft like all of this in probably like 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. I mean, that's just counting the number of these, right? Like 4 Gwyn. And that's assuming you pulled maybe like half of what I'm showing here. I mean, and even if you don't have this, it's not the end of the world. Because it's very, like you said, it's a very random, inconsistent thing. But, I mean, that's my one of, kind of like my Dragonic Waterfall in my Kagero deck. So, but this is actually pretty easy to build. Yeah, 9 draw is the way to go in this deck. It's the same as Shadow Paladin. Shadow Paladin, I see Shadow Paladin as the same thing. Like, Shadow Paladin has to retire their rear guards to retire an opponent's rear guard. So the fact they have to commit so much of their board, they have to replenish their hand. It's interesting how Tetsu and Ren's decks, both of the deck playstyle is a little bit similar in that regard. They retire their stuff to retire the opponent, or like, you know, they sacrifice something for some result, like either retire or gain critical and power or something like that. But yeah, that was my day 1. That one, I did play it a bit. Let me see how many wins I actually got with Dark Irregulars. I know I didn't climb that much with them or Dimension Police. I did do a bunch with Pale Moon though. Dark Irregulars 32, so I did do 32 wins with them. So I haven't played them that much. I did get clan level 7, and then so that's still more than my Royal Paladins. Shows how much I care about MLB. Compared to Shadows. Clan's only been out for a week, and I already have like 27 wins. I mean, 127 wins. I already have more wins with Shadow Paladin than with OTT, and I've been playing OTT since the start. And then Riser, that got boring real quick. And then Bermuda, just showing people that they don't really know how to play Vanguard, I guess, when I beat them with Bermuda Triangle. Man, I haven't played Grand Blue since Spike Brothers came out. Honestly, like, I played Goki. I remember I got like 55 wins with Grand Blue, then got bored of them and then stopped playing them. And then after that, I guess I got like 3 more wins in there because I remember that number being 55 because when I built Spikes, I was trying to match my Spike Brother win count with my Grand Blue win count. So I overshot and got to 60 wins with them. Almost, actually I need to win one more time to get level 10 to get those sleeves with Spike Brothers. But I haven't played Spike Brothers since sometime during the Valentine's Day event is when I stopped using Spike Brothers. They're good though. Like, Spike Brothers is really good, but they're just like Pale Moon. You have to really know what you're doing to play them effectively. But they're definitely good. I should probably do a tier list video because I don't know. I think I look at things more broadly than like if a bunch of YouTubers start saying this deck is top tier, this deck is second, this deck is third, and the rest is like fourth, and then there's like these that are fifth, and then the bottom tier is down here. I look at things more objectively. I look at what a clan could do, like its win conditions. What does it have inherent draw? Does it have inherent crit? Does it have OP card effects like Silent Tom, for instance, that can just straight up end games, or like Seal Dragon Blockade, stuff like that. And then I think of also the matchups too, right? Because a meta is always defined by the matchup, like the most common matchup. So in this case, it would be MLB and Dote, or MLB versus MLB. And then when you take those decks that show up in the matchup, and it's like, how do you counter those decks? Which clans have consistent ways of countering that strategy? And then how good does the deck do overall? And that's usually how I come up with my list. I don't just go off of what people say. Like, I've watched a bunch of YouTubers out there that say, like, okay, Spike Brothers is pretty split. People will say they're either good, some people will say they're really, really bad, some people will say they're like garbage tier, and then some people will say they're like B tier, A tier, somewhere in there, B plus, somewhere in there, and then it's all over the place actually. But I would say they're probably somewhere in the middle or upper middle. Like, definitely last month they were better than they are now. Because the only bad matchup for them was probably Perfect Riser, but Perfect Riser is a bad matchup for a lot of decks, so you can't really fault them for that. Yeah, they're kind of in the middle. Pale Moon is the same. Pale Moon and Spike Brothers are very similar. They're multi-combo attack oriented. Like, the biggest weakness of Spike Brothers and Pale Moon is if the opponent damage checks a defensive trigger. That's the only thing that hurts them. They have tools that can deal with cross ride, they have tools that can deal with defensive things, but they cannot really deal with defensive triggers. Now, Juggernaut Maximum was very good last month, but the reason why Spike Brothers are not as good as they were last month is because they don't have... Like, Juggernaut Maximum alone can no longer hit over a cross ride. Because he's 16, right? When he swings and he does his effect, he becomes 16. But now, if Dote is cross-ridden, or PBO is cross-ridden, if they swung first, because usually what they'll do is they'll swing with Skydiver or something. And the other thing, too, is Skydiver won't be live either unless you have Goblin Assault Squad or some sort of booster behind him. So the deck is hindered now because of cross ride. That's why last month they were really, really good. But this month, I would say last month I would rank them as like an A tier. This month they're now down a whole notch just because of cross ride being a thing, and also MLB is a thing too. Because the problem is, I'll show you the problem actually. This is the reason why they're not top tier or not like A tier anymore. It's because where's my Spike Brother deck? It's because this guy right here, or no, not him. He's not the problem. This is the problem. Because this card right here, it doesn't have a way to hit MLB without a booster. MLB will be 12, and this is 11. Same thing with Dote. Dote will be 13, and PBO will be 13, and this guy's hitting for 11. So they're still good, because not every game will Dote be 13. Sometimes they'll ride Dote early, and then you don't have to worry about the cross ride. Or, you know, MLB might be missing his pieces or something. He hasn't drawn into his Blaster Dark yet, so he can't do his fusion dance, and Blaster Blade and Blaster Dark can't fuse yet, so he can still do some damage in that regard. So the biggest weakness is still the damage trigger, but I feel like they're hindered more so than ever because of cross ride. Because usually Skydiver swings first. He's your Storm Rider attacker. That's the way I think of him. He's kind of like Diamantes in Aquaforce. So he swings first, then he goes in the Assault, then he calls something from the hand. Usually it'll be like a Baraki or a Juggernaut Maxim or something. And then Juggernaut Maxim won't have an issue because he can boost himself up to 16. But the problem is if the cross ride, or if something took a damage, like if MLB took damage and they used and they check a defense trigger, he'll be in trouble regardless. But it's still not bad because of this card, because Goblin Assault Squad fixes that problem, because every time he boosts something, and that thing, as long as it hits, he'll stand up. So they're still good. They're still good. They're just knocked down a whole notch in the tier list, mainly because of the cross ride and because of MLB's 12k defense. But still relevant, I would say. I haven't encountered them yet at all so far. I've climbed all the way to Legend 28, and I don't think I've come across a single person playing Spike Brothers. And I was playing as Shadow Paladin the whole time. Except for today, where I was playing as, I was actually playing as an anti-meta deck. Blaze, I call it Blaze. This is what, it's actually right below me there in the stream. But this is what I was playing today. I was toying around with this deck. With some, it was mixed results, because it's interesting, because it's like, I show up to the match with this, and I'm up against MLB, and the opponent just kind of like pauses and kind of like sits there and stares at it for a second, and it's like, then they gotta decide, are they gonna attack me or are they gonna pass their turn? Because they don't really know, like, what do I do? Because the moment they give me a damage, their Wingle's going bye-bye. And then same thing with Conroe. The Dote matchup is even more hilarious, because they won't really know what to. They're just kind of like sitting there like, what do we do, boys? Do we attack this thing? Can you play 3 different clans without spending money? Oh, sure. Sure you can. The game gives you so many free packs, and there's so many like events going on. There's clan events. You can build exclusive clans that are time limited without having to spend any money at all. I will say this, if you are free to play, you kind of have to play this game a lot. Like, you have to play it a whole lot. And Samir brought up a really good point when he said that he'll just spend money because he doesn't have the time. And honestly, that's it. It's time value of money. If you're free to play, you have to play the game a ton. Like, you have to get 1.2 million VP every season, so you get the 10 free packs. You'll get Sentinel medals along the way, so you can get PGs for free. I mean, and there's events, and there's clan events, like I was saying. There's just so much free stuff that, yeah, you can be totally free to play, and you don't have to spend a cent on the game, but you will have to put in the time. Like, you'll have to play the game a lot. Like, almost like, I don't want to say a full-time job, but you'll have to play it a lot. Like, on the weekends, you'll have to climb the ladder. You'll have to play, like, in the evenings after work or school. On at least probably like 3 out of the 5 days. Yeah, that goes back. That's a good point, Asterisk. That goes back to what I was saying earlier, where unfortunately, The game, you don't get to decide what you want to play. The game dictates what you will play. The only way to fix that is to stick it out and craft cards that you want for the clans you want to play, or you can always just throw money at the problem to have it go away, and just throw money at the problem and just pull what you need. Keep throwing money until you get what you need. I mean, I mean, honestly, that's the sad reality of it. So you have to play what you're given. Like in my case, last month I wanted to play Riviere, and the game gave me Enigman instead of Riviere, so I had to play Dimension Fleece, at least initially. Later on in the month, I started playing Reindeer, and then I was having a blast playing Reindeer. Just trolling the opponent the whole time. Ranked up I gathered up like 114 wins with Bermuda when everybody was saying they were like garbage tier, and I'm still sitting there with the win screen showing up, and I'm like, okay, apparently they're garbage tier, but I'm winning with them, so yeah. But I don't like to play meta decks. Like, here's a meta deck. This is a very, very meta deck. So you see Tejas is at 3, Burning Horn's at 3, Bellicosity is at 3, Berserk. Now, the only change, like, sometimes you'll see people who are running Bellicosity Dragon in here. Or not Bellicosity Dragon, what's his name? Streakin'. They'll have Streakin' for the crit pressure turn, but yeah, this is a meta deck, and I just don't like to play meta decks. Like, okay, these three, Ermo, Salamander, and the new Ermo, these are kind of like random. Like, you'll encounter people who run maybe 2 Salamander, or you know, no Ermo, or some variant, more Gojos, more Bars, different variants of this build. But I hate to play a meta deck. And the fact that Kai is the avatar, like right over there, Kai, I think on the screen, it's like, no, it's like over here, yeah. I need to probably redo my, I probably should put myself on the other side. But anyway, Kai represents that it's meta. Here, let me turn the mouse. I don't know why you guys can't see my mouse. There we go. So Kai right here, this is the face of the meta right here, to me, at least. I like him in the anime, but it's just the fact that you come across him, like, once every, like, 4 games, you have to fight him when you're climbing ladder. It's just super annoying. So it's like, I hate to play this. So I went and I made a counter deck. And it's Miwa. So it's like Miwa is coming in, and he is running this card. Because Blazing Flare Dragon and Gatling Claw Dragon are just straight up anti-meta. Gatling Claw says, Conroe, give me a damage, and you die. Wingle Brave, you go bye-bye if you attack me, is basically anti-meta. It counters both of them. It counters all the starters, actually. But yeah, and this is more fun because this is less common. Like, you don't see as many people running Blazing Flare Dragon. I think it gets people off guard when they see it. But we still run Dote, because it's Dote, and we're gonna run it, because I pulled 3 of them, and I crafted the 4th one, so... Oh, he does? Oh yeah, Kai. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I think I unlocked it earlier today. Yeah. I think I have it, actually. Oh yeah, I do have it. I gotta change it up, man. I don't want to look like a meta. We're not meta. We don't play meta. I say that and I have like a 100% Shadow Paladin deck. Shadow Paladin it's meta, but it's more rare. You don't encounter it as commonly as you run into Dote and MLB. So that's why it's meta, but it's not like the meta. It's a meta deck. It's not the meta deck, right? So we're good. We're good there. See what I did with that? We're good there. And then Solus OTT is super, super fun. Oh man, this deck is so solid. Like, people go into this matchup thinking that, oh, it's not MLB. I got this one in the bag. And then you push them to 5 damage, and then Silent Tom comes out, and they're looking at their 3 PGs in their hand. They're like, oh. I gotta get some more. I don't know why I don't have any other. I don't have any better sleeves for this clan. I thought I would have had. I know Tsukuyomi was from last season. I thought there was some other sleeves. I guess my clan level's not high enough with OTT or something. Oh yeah, I'm only like clan level 15 or something. I think you get sleeves at clan level 20. See, I don't know about that, K1. I think Dote's better than Shadows actually. I say that as a Shadow main. I think Dote's better. I've played both. And I concluded that Dote's slightly better than PBO. PBO is good, but there's just some like there's some scenarios where like the deck just kind of bricks hard. And one example is the ride chain failing you. Like if you don't have this, the weakness of Shadow Paladins is it's highly dependent on Blaster Javelin. If you don't have Blaster Javelin in your opening hand, and you have to ride Black Sage is okay because it's 8k still, but if you have to ride this and you can't get Blaster Dark, or if Blaster Dark's not in your opening hand, and you damage check PBO early, and then you're trying to get this guy, desperately get into this guy so you can at least salvage full bow as a booster, or like a retire fodder or something, then you're stuck with a 10k Vanguard who desperately needs to cross ride. So the deck can brick. The deck can run into some consistency issues that Dote does not have. Like, this deck does not have the same issues that Shadow Paladin has. The fact that Shadow Paladin's dependent on the ride chain for 90% of their wins can be a liability actually in the long run compared to Dote. Yeah. And I know, because I told you, I played Shadow Paladin literally from day one all the way until like 2 days ago, climbing all the way to Legend 25. So, and I tried this deck too, because I try to play all the decks so I understand like the ins and outs of the mirror match, because you got to understand what your opponent's going to do also. So it helps when you have the deck. Even if you yourself aren't going to main that deck, the fact that I have access to Dote and I can actually play the Dote deck myself and figure out how it works and learn how to play around it and figure out its weaknesses and stuff like that, that does help a lot. And I can definitely tell firsthand, that's the reason why this guy's Persona Blast has a Counter Blast 2 and PBO does not have a Counter Blast 3 anymore, because they had to buff him because his effect is not as good as Dote's effect. I can guarantee you that. So it's definitely a whole lot better than it originally was, mainly because of the new ability to retire an opponent's rearguard. But when you think about it, Dark Irregulars, Amon already has the ability to do that. It's Counterblast 1 and absorb a rearguard to randomly blow up an opponent's back row, and if they don't have one, it kills one of the front row. It's CB1. This is CB2 to do this, to do a similar thing. Now, granted, it's more expensive because it gives you direct control over what you want to retire, unlike Amon, which is randomized. But after playing Dark Irregulars just, it seems like the computer randomly picks the one I always wanted to kill, but yeah, they're very resource heavy too, Shadows. But they're definitely, I don't think they're almost equal to Dote, but I think Dote's still better. And I think a lot of people probably agree with me on that statement. Dote overall is slightly better. But this is the deck that that everyone's trying to counter. Like, it's funny seeing what people do. Like, my main strategy is don't give them the first damage, or at least don't give them damage until they ride grade 3. See what they do on the turn 3. Then you start attacking them. And that's actually paid off real well for me most of the time. Not all the time, because sometimes I'm still gonna win. But, you know, you do what you can to try to slow them down. In fact, I should probably fix this deck. Originally I was running the Painter. I'll probably take the Painter out. I don't think he's needed. I should probably put Marin in. Yeah, I don't think I need this thing. Put this in. Put 2 of Marin. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Shadows are still my favorite, though. Currently, right now, this is my favorite deck, even if it's not as good as Dote. I don't care what the best deck is. If my favorite deck happens to be the best deck, then I'm okay with that. But I'm still gonna play what I want to play. I'm gonna play what I find fun, and I find stuff like Solus OTT fun. Like, I never played Tsukuyomi last month because I didn't like having to open up the log and like check, okay, Silent Tom is card number 4 from the bottom. I have a PG after him, I have a draw after that, and I have a heal after that. So, because also I hate how the computer randomly decides the order of the cards at the bottom of the deck. Oftentimes I would see it do stupid stuff, like it would put a draw, and then after the draw would be a heal, and then after the heal would be a Silent Tom. I'm thinking, why isn't the Silent Tom and the heal like switched around in the stack? Why did it do that? That irritated me. So I just gave up on Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi's still good, but it's just too much, it requires too much mental gymnastics to play. Like, I have the deck, but I didn't like it. I much prefer playing Solus OTT. It's so much easier and so much more straightforward. You don't have to think too much, like, beyond just normal thinking while you're playing the game. Yeah, exactly. That's well said. I agree with that 100%. I play what I want to play. If I want to play Bermudas, because I like the idea of multi-combo attacking, kind of like Asura Kaiser. Like I said earlier, I like the Asura Novas and Gold Rutal more than like Perfect Riser, because Perfect Riser to me is just pretty boring. It's basically like ride risers every turn. Turn 3, ride Perfect Riser, absorb all your risers, get the critical, and swing for game. It's very robotic, right? I guess it almost fits the art, the aesthetic of the clan. It's like, it's like compute, ride grade 1, attack, ride grade 2, attack, ride grade 3, perfect riser, counterblast 2, create battle riser, absorb, into soul, punch, falcon punch, swing for game. Like, it's very I don't know, man. It's just very boring after a while. I played it for a while. Here it is. But it was boring. I've been slowly swapping out the Perfect Riser original art for the other one. Because I like the newer one better. But originally, this is the lineup that I was running. Actually, that's not true. That's not my original deck. That's what I pulled. I pulled an Asura and a 4th one of these on June 1st when the Shadows came out. I pulled those random cards. My original build was 4 Metal Droid. Because Metal Droid's awesome, and he's still awesome because of the cross ride. Being able to hit over cross rides is really good. I think this is it. This was a heal, and everything else was draw. Yeah. This was the deck that I climbed. I got like 77 wins with this deck and then got bored of it. And then switched to Bermuda. But this is... yeah. It's so bare bones basic. Just run all the risers and just swing, Falcon punch your way to game. To victory. It's still a good deck though. It's still good because it can swing 23 with crit. Which I find hilarious. Honestly, I feel like they could have nerfed Perfect Riser by making him a 10k Vanguard instead of an 11k Vanguard. And he would still be good. No worse feeling than pulling... yeah. Yeah, I know. That's the thing that I was... that's the thing I hate the most about this game, actually. Is the random, like... pulling a double rare or pulling like a triple R from set 1. Like I pulled like remember I had, well, You don't remember, but in a previous stream, I had said that I had one Soul Saver in my 20-pack free-to-play, like, day one opening. And then last month, when I was trying to pull Reindeer and Perfect Riser and Tsukuyomi, I go and I pull, like, 3 Soul Savers out of the first 30 packs. I'm like, seriously? Really? I had one of these when it was relevant, and now when it's irrelevant, they give me 3 more? And then I pulled, like, a 5th Gancelot, and it was just... yeah. It's just not good. I think my top favorite decks right now are number 1, Shadow, number 2, Soulless OTT, and probably number 3 is... ooh, number 3 is gonna be tough. Number 3 is gonna... it's either gonna be between Reindeer or Dote for the third favorite to play. I don't like to play as MLB just because too many people are playing as it, and it's kind of like Perfect Riser, man. It's like it's got such a basic gimmick. Just it's okay. It's cooler looking. It's cooler to look at because when the fusion goes off, if you have the effects turned on, it like does the fusion with the Blaster Dark and the Blaster Blade fusing together on MLB, and then he goes 22k with crit. But I don't know. It's just Unga Bunga swing. It's just like a basic caveman style play, like just swing, 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 right? Like as long as you have your pieces, do your thing, and that's it. And the deck kind of auto wins sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. And that's what makes it top tier. But I like my Blaze deck that I made, my Blazing Flare deck with Dote, because people don't expect it, and it's kind of anti-meta in a way because it runs Gatling Claw to blow up a Wingull Brave or Conroe or even any starter really. Although the problem with this deck is it's not good against Shadows. It's funny, it's like it's a good counter to Dote and MLB, but it's not good against Shadows because Gatling Claw doesn't really benefit you at all in the early game, which is when it matters. Because later on when they ride Phantom Blaster Dragon, they call out Full Bow, and then at that point it's irrelevant. What I have noticed though is that since using this against Shadows, they're more likely to activate Phantom Blaster Dragon's effect and sacrifice their Full Bow and 2 more of their rear guards to blow up one of my other cards. So I mean I see it as an advantage. They're wasting their resources because they see that Gatling Claw's there, so I guess there's that, but 2 heal, 3 mulligan, then get... I know, man, that happens all the time to me. Like, I'll usually have like 1 heal, and that's the only card I need to mulligan back, so I'll send it back, and then I just draw another one, and I'm like, why did I even mulligan that at that point? That happens a lot, like, at least for me, so I 100% agree with that. Yeah, I don't know about 2 or 3, but yeah, I usually what happens is I send 1 back and I draw it again. That happened to me a lot when I was playing as Shadows, actually. Like I would send this guy back just to draw him again. And I'm like, really? Go away! Usually what I end up having to do is I use this. If I have Nevin, and I have this together, I'll use this to ditch this guy for another card at that point. But sometimes I don't want to do that because I need the top deck, and on top of that, I don't want to show the opponent that I'm out 1 heal, because that's very useful information to them that I don't want them to be aware of at that point. Yeah, Edelrose and Gancelot are very, very good for that exact reason. Oh man, that's a facepalm moment when that happens. You send 3 and then it's just like... Yeah, at least this guy can get me another card though. Like, it feels bad when it's when you're playing as like Dote or something, and you ditch your heal just to draw another heal. Like, you'll use Gojo Actually, this is not the right deck. This is the one. Like, you use Dragon Monk Gojo to ditch your heal, and he just draws you another heal. he ditches the heal, and then you could have healed that turn too, and then like you just draw the other heal and you're just sitting there like, oh man. Yeah, that feels bad. That feels so bad when that happens. Oh man. And then the other thing too is if you play as Dark Irregulars, or well, okay, maybe not Dark. Well, Dark Irregulars can do it if you're sitting on Death Anchor, and he randomly soul charges the heal. I hate when that happens. Like, that's the only problem with Bermuda Triangle, is Girls Rock Rio is prone to soul charge things that you want to draw. Like, oftentimes when I was playing Bermuda last month, I would activate Girls Rock Rio, it would soul charge the Perfect Guard and then draw me the heal. And I was like, why couldn't that have been the other way around? At least soul charge the heal and give me the Perfect Guard. The heal is more useless in the hand. Like, what? It's like, what? Or, like, I would attack with Reindeer, activate some trigger, and then bounce Rio. Rio would then activate her effect, Counterblast 1, soul charge, like, the Perfect Guard, and then like draw the heal. And I was like, what? Why? Like that's the only problem with the soul charge cards. Like not this, but this card has that effect. It gives that effect to the sister. Rio does that, Karine does that, Pacifica can do that. There's a lot of inconsistency issues that could happen. But at the same note, it's a double-edged sword, because sometimes it'll work the other way around. Sometimes it'll soul charge, like, you know, maybe a Blazer Idols, and it'll draw you the Perfect Guard. I mean, that all obviously can happen as well. Oh man. Oh, that's probably the worst story I've heard. Oh man, I thought the Girls Rock Rio soul charging the PG was bad and drawing. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. There was one game I remember I played like way back when I was climbing my way to Legend. Somebody was running some weird deck where they ended up decking themselves out in a funny way like that. I forgot what it was. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was because it was one of the 4 original clans. It might have been. Oh, it was probably an OTT mirror match, but the guy was probably running 9 draw. Oh, I remember what happened. Yeah, the guy was sitting on a Pollen, and he counterblast 2, and he didn't know that he only had 2 cards left in his deck, and because he ran Dark Cat, he drew the 2 cards and then he died, and that was the first time I saw the alert on the screen say, the opponent's deck became 0 or something. You win. The opponent's deck became 0 or something like that. It says it in a weird way at the top of the screen. Yeah. Oh man, that's funny. I think I did deck myself out one time running Imperial Daughter. I was playing as the Imperial Daughter deck and I decked myself out. And that was weird because I was actually surprised. I guess the opponent held on. Oh, because the opponent started playing smart. What they did was they realized, because I had more damage than them, they realized that I had less cards in my deck than them. So I think I had like 21 cards and my opponent had 23 cards. And so they would just start passing their turn. And then we just kept drawing cards until we got close to like nine cards each, and then I started noticing that I'm running out of cards, or like my deck is less than his. So I was like, oh no, I realized I'm gonna deck out, and then I tried to push for game. He hits a defensive trigger, so I can't hit over it, and then I just end, and then he kills my interceptors and tries to attack my Imperial Daughter. Of course it's 21 with crit, so he can't hit over it, and then he just ends turn, and I'm sitting there like, do I really want to do this? So I draw the card, and then I had like, I think 3 cards left, and then I had to push So I called down Dark Cat, drew the card. I had 2 cards left at that point. Then I called down Silent Tom, but he was at 4 damage. So then I absorb Dark Cat, and then I attack, hoping that I can do something to hit over him. But then I realize, oh no, I only have 2 cards, and then like I crit, and then I deck out on the second check before I can deal him the damage. So yeah, I've decked out also before one time. Yeah. Yeah, see, like right now, I think I've done... Yeah, so what I do is I always do hard, very hard for Asuka, because I'm trying to get that Nightmare Doll Alice. So I'm almost there. I just need more orbs. Today I finally hit the number for the crystals. But I think Emmy still has a long way to go. And then Kamui, I'm trying to get the Azure Dragon, so I have been trying to work on him only recently as of this month, but the other one is Tetsu, because I need the Edel Rose. And since I'm closer with him, I'm probably going to push, so I need a total of 400 orbs and 200 crystals, because it's 2 Edel Rose that I need to craft. So we're going to go on very hard, max those out for now. And I think I'm probably going to call that a stream. I mean, this turned into like a discussion with the chat, rather than me playing the game. But I think this was a lot more. I guess it was more enjoyable for me, and it was more useful interacting with the chat than just me sitting here playing the game. But we'll probably next time I do the stream, I'll definitely try playing some matchups, or you'll see me playing ranked. If we want to do friend fights, we can also do that, I guess. I think I need to clean up my friends list though, because I think it's still maxed out at 500, or not 500, 50 friends right now. I think I need to fix it, because there's people on here that okay, I have one open spot, but I think, yeah, there's people on here that I added that haven't played the game in like half a month almost. So I hate to remove people if I want to add more people to my friends list. But yeah, we could probably do friend fights. I was thinking of doing something different from me just playing the legend rank fights the whole time. Are you guys gonna try to get, or like, have you guys been trying to climb legend for the perfect risers? Or do you guys care about that or not? I personally don't really care to get 4 perfect risers this season, but I kind of want them because I like the artwork of that perfect riser. But next half of the second half of the month is reindeer, so reindeer will be the next reward, and I definitely want the alternate art reindeer. So the second half of this month, I will definitely be trying to hit Legend 50. Like, I'll actively be trying to climb Legend 50 the second half, kind of like what I did for CEO. Play for fun this season. Is there any season that you're looking forward to though? Because first season I did not play the game at launch, so I had to climb to legend, so I only ended up getting 1 blaster blade of this thing. So unfortunately I only had 1. And then for the Dragonic Overlord, I got legend 40. So I got 3 of this one, and I feel kind of bad because it's like, I kind of want the 4th one. It's one thing that irks me is when you have I don't like having multiple different artworks of the card in the same deck. Like, I like to collect the different artworks, but I don't like to have different artworks of the same card in the deck, because I don't know, that's just my thing. Like, I could run 3 of that, but I prefer to run 4 of this one because I have 4 of this one. Yeah, next, so after Perfect Riser is Reindeer, then Nightmare Doll Alice, and then the Trumpeter for Royals? Or is it, hold on, I have a list up here. So we have Reindeer is second half of June, Alice is first half of July, the Trumpeter for MLB is second half of July, Ezel is first half of August, Reindeer, not Reindeer, Riviere is second half of August, and Vermilion is first half of September, and Cocoa is, the Battle Sister Cocoa for OTT is second half of that, and that's as far as it shows. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like having the different artworks as a collector, but I don't like running the different artworks in a deck, like, if that makes sense. I like having all the same artwork of a card in the deck. So that's why I purposely don't run the Legend Reward artwork Overlord in my Miwa deck. I run it in the Kai one, in the meta one, because that's what all the meta people are running. But I don't run it in my anti-meta one with Gatling Claw and the Blazing Flare Dragon, so I run this one. But I did get my OTTs, I did get her, because I wanted this, because CEO will become relevant again when she gets her cross ride. So I did want this one, because this artwork, I feel it fits better with the cross ride artwork. Because it came out in the same set, actually, when she, oh no, that's not true. She was released with Battle Sister Fromage, if I remember correctly, in an extra booster. Separately, that artwork of her, with another artwork of Silent Tom. But because I finished in top 1000 last season, I did get the SP artwork, so I'm actually pretty happy that I got that for CEO. So I don't know if I'm going to try that hard for the Reindeer SP. Maybe, it depends. I kind of like stumbled upon this top 1000 though in the last 3 days of climbing at the end of last month, because I was over 1.2 million VP. And I realized, oh man, every 1000 VP, I get another pack. It was kind of like chasing that carrot on a stick thing. I was just going for it just because I wanted to build Shadow so badly. So I don't know if I have that same drive to do that next time for the Velvet Voice Reindeer. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy I got that. I mean, I was surprised actually, because I checked my ranking when I was done, when I hit Legend 60, and then it told me that you're in top 1000. I'm like, oh wow, it's like position 965 or something, and then I kept playing again, like I got Legend 61, and I checked, and it's like, now you're rank 800 something, and I kept going, and then like within the last 3 hours, I started falling down. It started showing me at like 931. 946, 958, and I was like, oh no, I gotta keep playing, So I kept playing, and I held it off. Like, I'll show you guys. I don't know if I probably showed it earlier, but I think my final position was 950 or 60 something last month. Let me see. Yeah, 951. So I was 951 last month, so that I qualified for that SP. So I don't know if I'll try for Reindeer. Definitely, I could care less on the Perfect Riser. That one I know I'm not gonna bother. Once I hit Legend 50, if I actually get to Legend 50, I'll try to get Legend 50. Since I'm already slightly more than halfway there now, I'm almost Legend 30. So, and I still have like a week, so I'm pretty much sure I can possibly hit it. In fact, honestly, guys, I'll tell you a secret, because I didn't know this until like when I was in top 1000. So. If you wait to climb Legend, if you skip the whole first week, like, I could have stayed at Legend 0 this whole week, but I just wanted to test out my Shadow Paladin deck so badly, so I just naturally just start playing Ranked. It's much easier to level up in the second week, because if you go in the first week, you'll only be getting 10 to 20 points in the ladder per win. And when you lose, you'll lose like 10 or 20 per loss. So what that means is you'll climb much slower. If you go in from 0, like tomorrow, if you win, you'll get 30 points or maybe 40 points. If you beat someone who's like legend 50 plus, you'll get like 40 points. But it's what I'm saying is if you start now as opposed to starting like last week, you'll gain more points per win. So it's actually much more efficient to rank up in the second week of the event because you'll be taking on people that already have a bunch of points. Because if you beat somebody who's already like legend 30 or higher, you'll get like 30 points or 40 points or something like that. You get, bottom line is you get way more points if you start now and you're at a lower rank compared to someone who's like a much high. I did not know that, and that actually helped me when I figured that out, because in the last few days when I noticed I was like ranked 700, 800, somewhere around there, I started playing more, and I noticed like with each day I would get more points, and that's because there's people that are constantly climbing the ladder, and if you manage to beat them, you're gonna gain a ton of points. Like, look, the top guy, Mystic, is currently oh wow, he actually surpassed Enrin. Enrin was the top for pretty much all week actually, and he finally got surpassed. Wow. So Mystic, and I fought these guys before. Like I fought I don't think I fought Mystic, but I fought somebody in this team because that kanji, I've faced people with that kanji marker before. So I've played against them. These guys are usually playing MLB or Dota. But yeah, like if you beat these guys, bottom line is you get a ton of points, so you can rank up really fast. Now, honestly, it comes down to whether or not you can beat them, and these guys are pretty good at the game, I'm not gonna lie. Xenophia, I've played Xenophia. I know I don't know them personally, but I've played against them. They're really good. I lost to them as they were playing MLB. I lost as Shadows earlier in the week. And they were back at like, I don't know, I think they were probably only like Legend 27, and I was like Legend 2 when I played them. But yeah, it's way easier to level up, to rank up in the second week, especially in the last 4 days. Whenever they do the double VP, that is the time to climb the ladder. Like, I'll never forget, I hit Legend 30, and then I said, oh, I'm done. I kind of want that 4th CEO, but do I really want to climb 20 more ranks to Legend 50 just for that one card? And then in the last 4 days, I literally went from Legend 30 to Legend 42, I believe. So I went like 12 levels in like 1 day, and I was like, that's near impossible in the first week because you're only getting like 10 points per win in the very first couple of days. Sometimes 20 points if somebody's like way significantly above you. So yeah, I definitely recommend, if you want to try to get these SP cards, or not SP cards, but if you just want the playset of the Perfect Riser or just any of these legend rewards, and you don't have a lot of time to play the game, if you can at least play for like 3 or 4 hours in a day, I would say do it when they give you the double VP. That's the best time actually to climb, because as soon as you beat those people with all those points, you'll get so many points. You level so fast. I was thinking, man, that's crazy. So that's basically my strategy. I don't know, maybe I'll do a YouTube video about it. What I'll do is I'll try to confirm it later this week when they give us the double VP. I'll try it again. I'll see like the difference, because I kind of know how slow it was to level up as Shadows last week, and I'll compare that like later in this week, if that makes sense. So I'll kind of see how it compares. But it's honestly, it's not that hard. Like, even if you're someone who's not that good at the game, you'll just get free wins from VP farmers. That's why I don't understand why, like, people who complain about VP farmers, I don't know why they're complaining, because VP farmers are like one of the greatest phenomenons that exist in Vanguard Zero in my mind, because they break up the monotony of, or okay, not the monotony, but they break up the, I guess, the stress of having to constantly have to battle your way up the ladder. VP farmers are amazing. They're like God's greatest gift in Vanguard Zero. I mean, that's the only way I can't think of any other way to say it. Like, I love when I go on a long string of VP farmers, Well, I'll fight like 5 VP farmers in a row, and I'll just level up for free just because of the VP farmers, and then I'll just fight someone else. Usually what ends up happening, knowing my luck, what happens to me is I'll face like 3 or 4 VP farmers, then right when I'm like 20 points away from leveling up, I'll fight a Dote. That's usually what happens. That's all that's been happening to me all week. So I might lose. So or I'll win, and I'll rank up because that's how I got to Legend 28. But anyway, it's not that hard, honestly, and it's really not that hard because of VP farmers. Like these people that you see that are like 156, 154, 132, I can almost guarantee you 60 to 70% of their wins are from VP farmers. Like, no joke, that's pretty much how it is. In the last 3 days, when I was in top 1000, 80%, 8 out of 10 games that I had were against VP farmers. And I am being completely transparent. Like, I would fight 8 VP farmers in a row, then fight an actual player, then go and fight like 6 or 7 or 8 more VP farmers, then fight another person, and then fight, and that is how I got in top 1000. And I'm completely proud of that, because that's a legitimate way to get in top 1000. I can guarantee you, the guys that you see at the top here are basically climbing on the backs of VP farmers. That's how they're doing it. Now, granted, they are winning against other players too, but the fact that they're able to climb that much is because there are so many VP farmers for them to defeat for free. Yes, exactly, Samir, that's it. That's what I realized. Like, in the days when double VP is out, there are so many VP farmers. Like, literally Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this past week, there was almost no VP farmers. I had to fight tooth and nail for every single victory with my Shadow Paladin deck just to climb to Legend 10 to get that perfect Riser alternate art. But I know that at the end of this week, that climb is going to be way, way easier, because it's going to be a ton of VP farmers at the end of season. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard stories of people that just VP farm and they get like free packs and they don't even bother. They'll end up with like Legend 20 or Legend 30 without even trying. Like, they don't even play the game. All they do is they crack packs, see if they can build what they want to play, and they'll play around with it for a while, and then they'll just go back to VP farm. They'll just auto farm the whole time, and they'll end up with like 200 packs or something a month, or maybe even more, who knows. And then they'll just have the free cards, and it's all free to play. Honestly, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not saying that Bushiroad should do anything about it. I think it's an awesome thing that they exist, because they help the community. They help the ecosystem of the game, actually, if that makes sense. The fact that they exist helps make the goal of the people who want to climb to top 10 or whatever. It helps these people achieve their goal. So I think they're a good thing. I honestly think the VP farmers are a good thing for the game. As weird as that sounds, I don't hate them at all. I actually love them because they helped me get top 1000. They helped me get that CEO, man. They helped me get that SV CEO. So I'm good with that. They're good. They can stay. Like, they don't do anything. Leave them alone. Leave the VP farmers alone. VP farmer lives matter, people. VP farmers matter. They're good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, they're gonna play a part in me getting that SV Ranger if I manage to get it. So it's a win-win for everybody. But yeah, like, typically what I've heard is if someone VP farms for like 5 days a week or something, and they play on the weekend, they're pretty much guaranteed like Legend 30, 40, somewhere around there. If they don't play at all, probably like Astrus was saying, like Legend 20, somewhere in that range. Yeah. It is what it is. I think it's an awesome phenomenon, though. It's fascinating when you think about it. Alright guys, well I think that's gonna be it for tonight. I was waiting for my 15th stamina so I could spend it on my dark irregulars. But I'll do some testing later on in the week, and I may release a video. I may just record me playing like 10 games. I'll just do like a long play of like me playing 10 games during double VP, just to do an experiment to show you guys how many VP farmers I run across out of like, maybe I'll do 5 games. But that'd be kind of weird if all 5 of them are VP farmers. So I'll probably do like 10 games. I'll probably record 10 games, and then I'll show like out of those 10 games how many were VP farmers and how many were legitimate actual matchups. Because I'm pretty sure, like, knowing what I know from last month, I'll probably end up finding about, like, maybe anywhere from 60 to 80% of those matchups. Like, 6 to 8 of those games will probably be VP farmers. Maybe not all in a row, but out of 10, maybe like 60 to 80% will be VP farmers. It'll be an interesting experiment, so to try to gauge the overall population of VP farmers that exist in the game. I think I have an extra dice, actually, I need to roll. I could probably just save it for tomorrow. Oh, and for those who are doing the event, I'll just quickly mention this, because I don't know. There was one of my friends did not know this, but if you click, you always want to click on the model room every single day, because they give you 3 free dice every day in this room when it resets. So I'm saying this because I know of at least one person who didn't know that. Even though the red notification was there, they didn't click it for some reason. They just roll the dice and then just move on. So I'll probably just save this dice for tomorrow. Well, no, I'll just roll it. Alright, Samir. Thanks for stopping by. But alright, guys, I'm thinking we're gonna end the stream. Yeah, and use the special dice. Use the free special dice. So the game is pretty generous, and even if you have excess gems, you could potentially use the gems. But don't use the gems until, like, the very last day of the event. And you just need to close it out for the very, very last item you might need or something. Like in my case, I only need the sprites. I only need, like, what, 10,000 for these total? And I don't care about the pack. I mean, I'd care about getting, like, at least one of each of these items. And getting the 2 sprites. I already have the sleeves. And the skins. And the fight skins and the home skins, so... Alright, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Alright. Thanks for stopping by. We had, I don't know what the peak viewer count was, but I think at one point it was like 20-something viewers, so... May have to do more of this. I'm surprised Vanguard Zero has gotten pretty popular. So anyway, guys, it was a good stream. I'll probably do some ranked matchups. We could probably do some friend fights some other time, too. I'll think of some other ideas for future topics. Alright, guys. You guys have a good day or night wherever you are. And I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks.